Welcome back, guys. In today's episode, I'm sharing 8 true disturbing stories about creepy encounters in the Appalachian Mountains. Some of these stories will make you double-check your windows before you go to bed. But before we begin, please consider subscribing. Don't forget to like the video and share it with your friends and family. I'd also love to hear where you're listening from. Thank you all for your support. It means a lot to me. Now let's start. I was working as a wildlife surveyor, mostly by myself, covering a long stretch of old logging roads buried deep in the Blue Ridge foothills. It wasn't glamorous work. A lot of days were just me, the mud, and a stack of handwritten log sheets I had to keep dry. But I liked the quiet, the sense that I was the only person for miles. That morning, I pulled off where the gravel finally gave up and turned into a maze of ruts and shallow washouts. I cut the engine, climbed out, and hoisted my equipment bag onto my shoulder. The walk-in always took longer than I wanted to admit. My boots slipped in places where water seeped up through old tire tracks, and I kept having to stop to brush the wet grit off the GPS screen. Every so often, I'd hear a bird or the faint crack of something shifting under the trees, but mostly it was silent. By late afternoon, I'd logged the last coordinates and started back toward the truck. My legs were heavy in that dull, tired way you feel after hours of picking your way over roots and rocks. My hands had gone stiff from flipping through damp log sheets. The air was cooling off fast, enough that when I exhaled, I could see the faint cloud of my breath. About a quarter mile from the trailhead, I spotted something that didn't add up. All the boot prints I'd left that morning, every last one, were gone. The mud was still soft, the kind that usually holds impressions for days, but now it looked freshly smoothed over, like somebody had come through behind me and scraped the surface flat with a board. I crouched and pressed my fingers into it, expecting to feel some sign of movement. Claw marks, maybe, or a pattern where water had run through. Nothing, just a cool, even layer of mud. No trace I'd ever been there. I straightened up and readjusted my pack. My pulse was tapping at the side of my neck. I started moving again, telling myself it was nothing. Maybe I'd misjudged the spot, or maybe runoff from the slope had covered the tracks, but it felt wrong, like the ground itself had been reset. A couple turns farther along, the trail camera I'd mounted that morning was missing. The steel bracket still clung to the birch, screws bent outward at awkward angles, as if somebody had wrenched them out by hand. A few plastic wires dangled in the breeze. I ran my hand along the fresh scars in the bark, trying to picture how much force it would take to rip the camera off without cracking the housing. That camera wasn't lightweight. It also wasn't cheap, which was my second concern after the fact that it was simply gone. I unzipped the chest pocket of my vest and pulled out the radio. Before I could press transmit, a voice crackled through, low, clipped, and just distorted enough that I couldn't place it. "Don't leave yet." My whole body went rigid. For a second, it felt like I couldn't get any air in. That channel was supposed to be closed. Survey teams only, plus the forestry rangers. No one else. I thumbed the mic. "Who is this? Identify." Nothing. Just the hiss of an open frequency. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees and the slopes beyond the gullies. Everything looked exactly the same as it always did. Dead leaves, stripped branches, no movement. Again?" I said, my voice coming out tighter than I meant it to. "This is Survey 2. Identify." Nothing. I clipped the radio back onto my harness and started walking faster, one hand on the strap of my pack and the other hovering near the knife on my belt. My boots made more noise than I liked. Every step sounded like a signal to whoever might have been listening. A little ways ahead, the trail split into 2 branches. I stopped short, squinting. The left path dipped down toward a stream I didn't remember, while the right angled uphill into denser trees. My notes were clear. No forks, just a single trail straight out to the clearing where I'd left the truck. I turned and looked back over my shoulder. Part of me was half sure the path behind me would be gone too, or turned into something I wouldn't recognize. But it was still there, the churned up leaves and all. The left fork seemed more familiar somehow, so I followed it. My boots skidded on patches of loose shale, and the air grew colder the farther down I went. The drop in temperature felt deliberate, like walking into a basement you didn't know was there. Halfway down, something caught my eye near the base of an oak. I slowed to get a better look. My missing trail camera was propped in the crook of a big root, lens facing the path like it was waiting for me to notice. I crouched and picked it up. No scratches on the casing. The mount had been unscrewed carefully. Even the little battery compartment was intact. Whoever took it hadn't been in any rush. I flipped open the back and started scrolling through the images. Most were the usual, empty frames tripped by moving branches. Then I hit the last picture, time-stamped maybe 45 minutes earlier. It showed a figure standing square in the middle of the trail. No face I could see, just a shape in a heavy hooded coat, arms dangling straight down. I shut the camera and jammed it into my pack. When I looked up again, there was someone standing farther down the trail, between two poplars, perfectly still. No features, no movement. I didn't say anything. I eased back a step, then another. My breathing felt too loud. The figure stayed exactly where it was. I turned and started up the slope, trying not to slip on the loose shale. My heart was hammering so hard, it made my vision pulse at the edges. At the top, I stopped to look back. The figure was gone. I unhooked the radio again. My fingers were clumsy with adrenaline, and it took me a second to press transmit. This is Survey 2. I need assistance at Sector 4 trailhead. Possible trespasser. A burst of static crackled back. Then a voice, thin and dry, like someone who hadn't spoken out loud in years. You're not done. I dropped the radio. It bounced once and landed in the mud. I bent to pick it up, but before my hand closed around it, another voice came from behind me, closer than the last one. Don't pick that up. I turned so fast my pack nearly swung me off balance. Nothing there. Just trees and a line of old fence posts leaning into the brush. I backed away, keeping my eyes on the spot where the voice had come from. My only thought was to get back to the truck before something else decided to step out of the trees. The trail funneled between two ridges, and I realized the path wasn't straight anymore. It hooked left, deeper into a hollow I'd never seen on any map. I knew I should have turned around, but I didn't. I kept going, knife in hand, trying to convince myself I was just turned around and overtired. A few minutes later, I came around a bend and saw fresh prints in the mud, bare feet, long, narrow, toes spread wide. They weren't mine. I sidestepped them and kept walking, feeling sweat collect under my collar despite the cold. 20 yards on, I spotted something low and broken through the trees. A collapsed cabin with the roof caved in, timbers slanting like old ribs. I'd never seen any structure in this sector. Someone had cleared the doorway, piling the debris in two neat stacks. I edged closer, just enough to see inside. Something shifted behind the far wall. A soft scraping, like skin dragging over old boards. I didn't wait to see more. I turned and ran, half sliding up the slope until the first glint of my truck's windshield flashed through the trees. My lungs felt shredded, my ears buzzed with my own heartbeat. I burst out onto the gravel, knees almost giving out. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. I looked back one last time. The trail was empty. No voices. No movement. I climbed into the cab, locked the doors, and started the engine. My hands wouldn't stop trembling no matter how hard I gripped the wheel. When I drove away, I didn't look in the mirrors. Later that night, I sat at my kitchen table, scrolling through the photos on that recovered camera. The last image had changed. The figure was closer to the lens. The hood had slipped just enough to show part of a face. Pale skin, and a mouth pulled too wide to ever close properly. I filed my report the next morning. The reply was polite but skeptical. Nobody offered to come along to check it out. I haven't set foot in that sector since. At 34, working freelance survey contracts for the county land office seemed like a smart way to keep my bills paid without getting tied to anyone's payroll. Mostly, it was dull work, chasing old property lines, updating maps nobody read, and untangling decades of half-assed record-keeping. This job was about confirming the borders of a long-abandoned copper claim out near the western slope of Echo Ridge. The file was a wreck. Every deed contradicted the last one, and most of the landmarks, stone cairns, boundary stakes, some old fence line, had either rotted away or were buried under the scrub oak that choked every hillside out there. The last owner on record was a man named Malcolm Breer. He died in 1974. When I'd looked up his probate file, it was one flimsy folder with a hand-scrawled inventory and a final note that the parcel had been abandoned. It felt like the kind of job you take mostly for the novelty. But it paid, and I needed the work, so there I was, rolling down that rutted road with a thermos of stale coffee in the cup holder and a GPS unit I was already suspicious of. The road gave up pretending to be a road about 2 miles sooner than the map claimed it would. My tires kept catching in soft ridges of washed-out dirt, spitting gravel against the chassis. It sounded like coins rattling in a tin can, annoying and vaguely ominous, like the universe hinting I should turn around. I didn't. I eased along until the track narrowed to the width of a cattle trail. That seemed like a reasonable point to stop pretending the truck was going any further. I parked on a patch of flattened grass and did one last check of my pack. Maps, backup battery, spare tape. Then I stepped out into the pre-dawn quiet. The air had that heavy, almost muffled quality that made my ears feel stuffed with cotton. No birdsong, no wind through the trees. Just the occasional creak from the straps of my pack and the crunch of grit under my boots. I tried telling myself it was the altitude, or maybe just how dense the laurel was down in that hollow. But I'd worked higher ridges without ever feeling like the woods themselves were watching me walk in. Every time I stopped to adjust my gear, the silence pressed in a little tighter, like whatever belonged there was waiting to see if I'd keep going. About 20 minutes in, I decided to mark my trail with bright orange tape. I picked a young hickory, tied the tape high where I'd see it coming back, and told myself that was smart protocol, not paranoia. The moment I stepped away, my GPS started drifting. The locator pin bobbed around inside a fuzzy gray circle no matter how long I stood still. I tapped the side of the unit like an old TV, rebooted it twice. Nothing. The timestamp on the display even started blinking like it was trying to decide what day it was. When I finally turned back to double-check my marker, the tape was gone. I stood there with my hand half raised, expecting to spot it fluttering behind the next trunk. But there was nothing. I walked a few slow steps in each direction, scanning every branch and hollow. Still nothing. I had tied that knot tight. High enough it shouldn't have slipped or been snagged. My heart hadn't started racing yet, but I felt something shift behind my ribs, like the start of a chill. I tried to come up with a reasonable explanation. Maybe a gust of wind, maybe an animal, maybe someone else passing through with nothing better to do than collect survey tape in the dark. That last one felt more far-fetched than any ghost story I'd ever heard. I decided to keep moving. Partly because I was still clinging to the idea that it was all just weird coincidence. Partly because turning around empty-handed felt like giving into the place. There was a rocky bluff off to my left, and I figured if I climbed it, I'd get a better vantage point. And maybe, if I was lucky, my GPS would sort itself out. About halfway up, the trail forked into two narrow tracks I didn't remember seeing on any of the overlays or the plat map. They looked too deliberate to be game trails. I crouched to study them, one finger tracing the split against the faint survey lines, trying to convince myself they were just old access roads that never made it into the official records. Then I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. A man stepped out from the right-hand path. He was tall, maybe 6'3", with stooped shoulders like he'd been standing there too long. He wore a canvas jacket that might have been olive green once, now the color of old cardboard, and he had long, gray hair hanging in ropes down his chest. At first, I thought maybe he hadn't seen me. Then he raised one arm, slow and deliberate, and curled his fingers in a beckoning motion. I didn't wave back. I didn't say anything. He turned and walked into the trees. I stayed crouched, one knee pressed to the dirt, trying to talk myself into believing he was just another surveyor. But there was no pack, no clipboard, no water bottle, and something about the way he moved, like he was working from a script, made my stomach tighten. I knew better than to follow him. Any field manual will tell you, unknown contact, unknown terrain, get out. I followed him anyway. The path narrowed fast. Laurel and saplings pressed in so close the branches scraped my sleeves and tugged at my pack straps. I kept expecting to hear twigs snapping ahead of me, some sign that I was closing the gap. But there was nothing. Just my own breath and the drag of my boots through the leaves. The trail ended in a clearing the size of a two-car garage. In the middle stood a squat shed built from rough, unpainted planks, the wood bleached almost white. The corrugated metal roof sagged so deep it nearly touched the doorframe. A stack of cinder blocks beside the door had crumbled into a little heap, half swallowed by damp leaves. I turned a slow circle. The man was gone. The door stood cracked open just enough to show the shelves lining the back wall. Even from the threshold, I counted at least 50 glass jars, all identical, all lined up in rows. I called out. My voice sounded paper-thin, like it didn't belong in that place. No answer. I should have walked away. Instead, I stepped inside. The air was stale in a way that made the back of my neck prickle. I reached for the nearest jar. The glass felt cold and oddly slick under my hand. Inside was a mass of coarse black hair, wrapped tight around a folded scrap of yellowed paper. I turned it slowly, squinting at the faded label. The top line was a date, August 3, 2008. And the bottom was a name I didn't recognize. I put it back exactly where I'd found it. Then I heard it, a slow scrape across the floorboards behind me, like a boot dragging through dust. I turned so fast the shelf rattled under my hand. The doorway was empty, but the orange extension cord I'd seen coiled on the threshold was sliding into the weeds inch by inch, like it was being pulled by something just out of sight. I didn't wait to find out what. I backed out the door, turned and walked fast. My pulse was hammering in my ears. Branches smacked across my chest, and I didn't care. Nothing about the trail looked the same. The trees crowded closer, their trunks darker and thicker, like they'd been rearranged while I was inside. I tried to orient myself by the slope of the land, but every step felt like I was sinking deeper. My GPS flickered in my pocket, still pretending to search for a signal it would never find. After what felt like hours, though my watch hadn't moved, I saw a glint of metal through the trees, my truck. I didn't think, I just went. I stumbled the last stretch, knees almost giving out. When I reached for my keys, my pocket was empty. I stood there, breathing hard, feeling my chest get tight. I checked every compartment in my bag, every fold of my jacket, even under my hat, like that made any sense. My hands were shaking so bad I nearly dropped everything. Then I saw it. About 20 yards up the path, my key ring was sitting in the dirt, propped perfectly on its edge. Balanced so neatly, it looked like someone had set it there to make sure I'd see it. I walked over, picked it up, and didn't let myself think about it any more than I had to. I turned around, walked back to the truck, and forced each step to stay measured. The ignition turned over on the first try. As soon as the engine caught, I locked the doors. The dashboard clock blinked, 12:00 clock over and over. My watch still said 9:37, though the sky outside was afternoon bright. I drove straight back to the office in Bartlett, filed the report with all the official details, coordinates, timestamps, asset notes. I left out the man. I was 31 when it happened. My Uncle Robert handed me the keys to his cabin way up in the Blue Ridge foothills, just past a town called Marlow Creek. He called it a good place to clear your head. I hadn't taken a real vacation in close to a year. Work had me pinned to my desk so long that I'd started measuring my life in coffee refills and pointless conference calls. So when he pressed that old brass key into my hand, I didn't ask any questions. I just told him I'd go. The drive took most of the afternoon. Once I passed the last gas station, someplace with a faded sign that just said, "Raise," the road got narrower and rougher, and then it just sort of gave up. Asphalt turned to loose gravel, and the trees pressed in on either side like they'd been waiting to swallow the car. No cell signal, no street signs. I half expected to see a hand-painted board that read, "Turn back," nailed to a tree trunk. I remember thinking that maybe that would have been better. At least then I'd have had a good excuse to turn around. But I kept going. The track wound uphill, curling around boulders and stands of laurel. Just when I was sure I'd missed a turn, the tin roof appeared through the branches, dull silver under the late light. I pulled up next to the porch, killed the engine, and just sat there for a minute, listening to the quiet press in. The cabin looked smaller than I remembered. Just one story, front porch sagging in the middle, the screen door hanging at a tilt. 2 windows on either side, glass so dusty I could barely see through. The steps moaned under my weight as I climbed them. I put the key in the lock, twisted it, and pushed the door open. It swung wide on rusty hinges with a long groan that raised the hair on my arms. I remember thinking it sounded almost resentful, like the cabin didn't want me there. Inside, it was exactly as Robert had left it. A coil of rope hanging from a hook by the door, a neat row of canned peaches and beans on the shelf, a ceramic lamp on the side table with a crack spiraling down the base. I set my duffel on the couch, which was about as comfortable as a sack of rocks, and walked through the rooms to make sure nobody had broken in. Everything was undisturbed, but the air smelled stale, a mix of cedar and something older that reminded me of damp basements. I tried not to dwell on it. In the back room, I unrolled my sleeping bag on the narrow iron bed. A framed photo hung above the headboard. Robert and his hunting buddy, both in bright orange vests, grinning over a black bear. I'd seen that picture at every family gathering since I was a kid, but that night I noticed the other man's smile was just off. Like someone had told him how to smile, but forgot to explain what it meant. The teeth were there, the curve of the mouth, but no real warmth behind it. I rubbed the back of my neck and decided I was overtired. Maybe I was just primed to see things wrong after the long drive. The cabin didn't have electricity. There was a propane lantern on the counter, so I lit it carefully, trying not to burn my thumb. The mantle hissed and flared, throwing jumpy shadows across the walls. I held it near the front window and saw the frame was crooked. One corner hung a half-inch higher, letting in a thin wedge of cold air. I pressed it shut and folded up a napkin to wedge into the gap. By then, dusk had crept in. The trees outside dissolved into one big, dark shape, pressing against the glass. I heated up a can of soup, ate it standing by the counter, and washed the spoon in an old plastic basin. My eyes kept drifting back to that window, half expecting to see something looking in. After 9, I tried reading a paperback I'd brought, a detective novel I didn't care about. My eyes slid off the words, line after line. The quiet in that cabin didn't feel peaceful. It felt like a held breath. No passing cars, no music, just the slow tick of my watch and the occasional creak of the rafters settling. Every time I thought I was getting used to it, another little groan or pop would remind me how alone I was. I lay down eventually, convinced I'd fall asleep from sheer exhaustion, but my shoulders wouldn't unclench. My chest felt tight, like I was bracing for something I couldn't name. At some point past midnight, a noise snapped me awake. Not loud, just a scuff, like a boot sliding across dirt, right outside the wall. My ears strained so hard it hurt. Then a single footstep landed, heavy enough that I felt the floorboard dip under the bed. My breath stopped. Another step. Then nothing. I inched my hand toward the lantern and turned the valve until the mantle glowed bright. Part of me hated how exposed the light made me feel, but I couldn't stand sitting there in the dark, waiting. I stood and crept across the room, one hand pressed flat to the wall. Another step landed, closer this time. Then stillness again. I eased up to the window, heart battering my ribs. Pulled the curtain back just enough to peek. At first, all I could see was my own reflection. My face looked pale and drawn, like I'd aged 10 years in one night. I nudged the lantern flame a little higher. That's when I saw him. He stood maybe 10 feet away between two trees. He wore a dark canvas jacket, hood up, and he was holding a lantern that looked almost exactly like mine. Old brass, dented on one side. The glow lit up his chest, but his face was hidden in shadow. He didn't move, didn't say a word, just held that lantern out in front of him like he meant to hand it to me. Something in my chest flipped over. My knees went watery. I stumbled backward, shoulder hitting the door frame hard enough to make the walls shudder. I waited, counting under my breath. 30 seconds, a minute. Then he started walking again, slow, deliberate steps crunching across the dirt. Circling the cabin, I forced myself to move. My hands were shaking so badly the lantern rocked in my grip. I eased the bedroom door shut and wedged the chair under the knob, though I knew it wouldn't stop anyone determined. Another minute passed. Then the porch boards groaned under his weight. I could hear him shifting, like he was settling in for a long wait. A single tap landed on the door, just one, soft enough it sounded almost courteous, like he was asking if I might let him in. I pressed my palm over my mouth to keep from making any noise. My heart was racing so fast I thought it might burst. No second knock came, no scrape at the handle. I stayed frozen until the dark outside started to lift, shading from black to gray. Only then did I slide the chair away and step into the main room. The door was still latched, but the napkin I'd stuffed in the window was gone, like it had been plucked out and carried away. I didn't even bother checking the rest of the place. I scooped up my bag, left everything else behind, and stepped out onto the porch. The grass around the cabin had been pressed flat into a perfect ring, as if he'd paced it again and again, never stopping. At the bottom step, a single boot print marked the damp soil. No tread, no markings, just a smooth sole pressed deep into the earth. I locked the door more out of habit than hope. The gravel track was littered with broken branches. I drove around them without ever touching the brake. I didn't look in the rearview mirror until I hit the main highway. By then, the trees had swallowed the cabin all over again. I didn't stop until I was across the Kentucky state line, and only then because my hands were shaking too hard to hold the wheel steady. Robert still asks if I'll ever go back for a weekend. He says the air up there does you good. I always tell him I'm too busy, but the truth is, if I ever set foot near that place again, I know he'd be standing right there in the trees, lantern held out, waiting to see if this time I'd take it from him. My cousin Theo had been on my case for months about cleaning out his grandfather's old hunting cabin. You'd think he was asking me to take a weekend vacation. In reality, the place was wedged halfway up a ridge in the Blue Ridge Mountains, reachable only by a dirt road that looked more like a washed-out ditch. The cabin hadn't seen a human in over a decade. The old man died 12 years ago, and after the funeral, everyone just sort of forgot it was there. Theo worked 12-hour shifts at the sawmill, which he reminded me of every time he called. Eventually, I gave in and promised I'd spend a long weekend clearing out whatever was left, just to shut him up. The turnoff was easy to miss. No sign, no mile marker, just a drooping chain through a crooked iron gate with rust so thick you could scrape it off in flakes. I half expected the padlock to crumble in my hand. It held together long enough for me to ease it open and drive through. The road narrowed almost immediately, the trees closing in until I felt like I was driving into the throat of something. Branches scratched the roof, and every time my tires slipped in the ruts, I imagined the truck sliding off into the trees and no one finding me until spring. But the directions Theo scrawled on the back of an electric bill were clear. Follow the road exactly 6 miles, watch for a big rock shaped like a turtle, and turn right. He failed to mention the road was basically a mud pit. My tires sank more than once, and every time, I sat there gripping the wheel, promising myself I'd never agree to this sort of favor again. After almost an hour, I pulled into a clearing that looked like the end of the world. The cabin leaned a little downhill, boards weathered to the color of ash. A few shingles dangled off the roof by the last stubborn nails. Over the front door was a wooden sign that probably used to say Ridge View, but the paint had peeled away until it looked more like a suggestion than a word. I switched off the engine. For a second, I waited for the usual sounds. Birds, wind, insects. Nothing. Just the little ticks of the truck cooling off, echoing back from the trees. I climbed out and stretched. The air had that still, heavy feeling you get right before a storm. I didn't smell anything, which honestly surprised me. I'd braced myself for a wall of mildew or the sweet, sour reek of something dead in the walls. But it was just blank. Inside, the place looked exactly like somebody had stepped out one summer morning and never bothered to return. A folding cot waited under the single window. An enamel basin sat in the middle of the floor with a film of old rainwater floating across the top. Stacks of newspapers leaned in precarious towers along the far wall, yellowed and brittle. I propped the door open as wide as it would go to let in some daylight. Not that it helped much. The trees pressed in so close, the cabin felt more like a cave. I started hauling boxes out to the truck bed, trying not to breathe too deep. Every time I picked one up, the cardboard practically dissolved in my hands, spilling out all the usual backwoods detritus. Flannel shirts, rusted cans, a few honey knives, jars of preserves that had long since gone to sludge. Time slipped past in a slow, steady crawl. I'd work through a corner, look up, and realize another hour had disappeared. Eventually, I glanced at my phone and saw nothing but a black screen where the signal bars should have been. Not even the pretense of service. It wasn't until I'd gotten most of the boxes out that I noticed the crate behind the stove. The back wall had a gap just wide enough for something to slide behind it, and a collapsed box had wedged itself in there. When I tugged it free, I found a smaller cardboard crate with a stamp on the side. Rovell Supply Co., Asheville, NC. Never heard of it. I flicked my fingernail against the tape and it flaked off like old paint. The top opened with almost no effort. Inside were 3 glass jars, all identical. Each was filled to the brim with some grayish liquid thick enough to coat the sides. No labels, no dates, no markings of any kind. I didn't feel like playing amateur chemist, so I set the crate on the counter and turned back to the boxes. The second I let go, something in the room shifted. It felt like a weight I hadn't realized was pressing down on my lungs suddenly lifted. My chest felt lighter, hollow almost, and my vision fuzzed out at the edges for just a second. I told myself it was stale air, maybe dust, maybe standing up too fast. I'd been alone long enough to start imagining things. I kept working. About 15 minutes later, I looked over, mostly to reassure myself everything was still where I'd left it. The jars were no longer in the crate. They were lined up neatly across the counter, spaced evenly apart. I just stood there, trying to piece together any memory of moving them. Nothing came. My hands were still dusty from the boxes, and the glass looked perfectly clean. No smudges, no prints. I took a slow breath and told myself I was overthinking it. But in the back of my mind, something had started to tick. A little warning I couldn't switch off. I decided that was enough for the day. I carried the last boxes to the truck, locked everything up, and walked back inside to grab the jars so I could at least get them out of the house. They were gone again. The crate sat empty on the counter. I swallowed. My mouth felt dry. I checked the cabinets, the shelves, under the cot. I even lifted the basin of rainwater and peered behind it. Nothing. I backed toward the door. My shoulder blades itched. like I was being watched. Just before I stepped out, I turned to look again. All 3 jars were lined up in the doorway, 1 inch apart, perfectly straight. I didn't touch them. I stepped over them and out onto the porch. The air felt heavier now, like the trees were leaning closer. The truck sat just a few yards away, but the space between me and it felt like it was stretching longer with every step. I kept my eyes on the dirt, one boot in front of the other. About halfway there, I glanced up and froze. The driver's side door was wide open. I knew I'd shut it. I'm the kind of person who checks twice, sometimes 3 times. My heart started up in my throat, thumping so loud I could feel it in my ears. The cab looked untouched. My duffel was still on the passenger seat, keys dangling from the ignition. But that open door felt deliberate, like a little message I didn't want to read. I took one more step. Out of the corner of my eye, something moved. I turned. Between 2 ash trees at the edge of the clearing, something stood there, watching me. It was too tall to be a person, but too narrow to be anything else I could name. The arms hung long enough I couldn't see where they ended. Its skin was the same gray-brown as the bark behind it, which is probably why I hadn't noticed it before. I blinked. It slid sideways a step, smooth as a shadow. I didn't run. I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I moved too fast, it would come closer. I walked to the truck, hand shaking as I reached out and pulled the door shut. When I looked back through the windshield, the clearing was empty. I turned the key. For a second, the engine coughed like it might die right there. Then it caught, and I pressed the gas. The truck lurched forward. I drove without headlights, the trees closing in so tight I could have reached out and touched them. Once, something flickered along the passenger side, keeping pace just beyond the edge of my vision. I didn't look again. After what felt like forever, the ruts turned to gravel. My shoulders slumped, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. I pressed the pedal harder, bouncing over potholes until finally, pavement appeared under my tires. I didn't stop until I reached the highway. Then I pulled over, engine idling, and stared into the trees. Nothing moved. No sound at all. I thought about going back for the last few boxes, maybe just to prove to myself it wasn't as bad as it felt. But when I pictured those jars, lined up perfectly, waiting for me, something in my gut clenched up tight. I turned back onto the road and didn't slow down again until I hit the outskirts of Dalton. The next morning, I put the keys in a padded envelope and mailed them to Theo. I included one line, "Don't ask me to go back." I'm 36 years old, and I somehow let my brother, Aaron, convince me that hiking the old Boundary Trail in the Monaghan Range was a reasonable way to spend a Saturday. He'd leased a patch of timberland outside Marlow for deer season, and he was absolutely certain this trail was the fastest way to get there. He swore up and down that the main access road was washed out by spring floods, and that this would save us hours of bushwhacking. Honestly, I should have been suspicious the minute he started making big promises about shortcuts. He has this unshakable faith in any route he finds on a half-finished topo map. He also likes to act like my extra gear is what slows us down. Never mind that he's the one who stops every 15 minutes to fiddle with the GPS. I'd packed more than he thought necessary as usual. Besides the basics, I'd stuffed this little field journal into my pack, a faded thing I'd picked up in a second-hand shop in Keegan the month before. The guy who sold it to me looked like he'd been working there since the 70s himself. He said the journal had belonged to a state surveyor. I remember he tapped one yellowed fingernail on the cover and said, "You might find something interesting in here." At the time, I thought he was just trying to upsell me. But when I got home and flipped through it, the notes were so precise they bordered on obsessive. Coordinates recorded down to the decimal, references to old boundary markers I'd never heard of, little observations in tidy block letters, and here and there, a line that made me pause. As Boundary 4 moved 30 feet overnight, returned to same clearing 3 times, no obvious trail loop. I'd laughed it off. I told myself the surveyor must have been tired or confused. You get out in those ridges long enough, everything starts looking like everything else. We started before dawn, The sky still had that deep, heavy blue color, the kind you only see right before morning breaks. The air had a bite to it, and every time I exhaled, I could see my breath drifting over the leaves. The trail didn't have any official signs. Just a few cracked plastic blazes nailed into trees so faded they looked almost white. No mile markers, no posted maps. Just a narrow path that twisted deeper between maples and tangles of rhododendron. About an hour in, I started to realize that Aaron had downplayed how rough this would be. The ground was chewed up with old ruts, deep enough that I nearly turned an ankle a couple of times. Here and there, I spotted links of rusted wire fencing, half buried in the soil, like somebody had tried to keep something in, or maybe out, and then abandoned the effort decades ago. Aaron kept his eyes ahead, scanning for any sign of wildlife. He was in one of his moods where he didn't feel like talking. I followed, trying not to feel irritated. I'd signed up for this, after all. It was me who noticed the first weird thing. There was a stack of stones right in the middle of the trail, too neatly balanced to be runoff. I crouched and nudged the top rock aside. Underneath, someone had folded a scrap of lined paper, the edges going fuzzy from damp. In the thinnest pencil lines I've ever seen, it read, "Stop measuring, it doesn't matter where you think you are." I felt this tiny spark of unease in my chest. Not fear exactly, but the sense that maybe this wasn't just a prank. I slipped the note between the back pages of the journal, stood up, and tried to catch up with Aaron without mentioning it. 2 hours later, we hit a fork that shouldn't have been there. The GPS showed a straight trail, no split. Aaron tapped the screen a couple of times, like he could force it to redraw reality if he pressed hard enough. He pointed left and said we'd try that way. I offered to walk a little ways down the right fork to see if it bent back around. He hesitated, then handed me the radio. 10 minutes, he said. His voice was flat, but I could tell he wasn't happy about splitting up. I nodded and set off. The right fork narrowed fast. Low laurel branches brushed my shoulders. I started feeling like the air itself was pressing closer, though when I stopped to look, the spacing between the trees never actually changed. My boots scuffed over patches of exposed roots. I tried not to think about the note in my pack. After 15 minutes, the trail emptied into a clearing. The ground was carpeted with flat stones, arranged in a ring maybe 15 feet across. In the center, someone had built a cairn, the rock stacked with a care that made my scalp prickle, and behind it stood a woman. Her hair was chopped blunt just under her chin, as though someone had taken a single swipe with dull scissors. She wore a red flannel shirt, so big it hung nearly to her knees, the sleeves rolled halfway up her forearms. She didn't sway or fidget or seem to notice the cold. She only stared straight at me. My mouth felt suddenly dry. I tried to keep my tone neutral. "Hey, are you with the survey crew?" Her head tilted, just a fraction. Then she spoke, and it was my own voice exactly. Same rhythm, same little inflection on the last word. "Hey, are you with the survey crew?" My skin went cold all over. I took a single step back. My hands felt too light, like they'd stopped belonging to me. I didn't say another word. I turned around and walked back down the path. Every few steps I looked over my shoulder, half expecting her to be following. But each time, the clearing was empty, except for the cairn. When I got back to the fork, Aaron was gone. I tried the radio, nothing but a low wash of static. I called his name until my voice sounded thin and raw. No answer. I flipped open the journal, more out of desperation than anything else. There was a page I hadn't noticed before. Saw her again, same clothes, same face. Repeat your words. Don't follow her voice. Don't answer. My heart was hammering so loud it felt like it was in my throat. I didn't want to stand there any longer, so I picked the left fork and started walking. I told myself I'd find Aaron around the next bend. About 20 minutes later, I stepped into another clearing. Same ring of stones. Same woman standing behind the cairn. I made myself look past her, searching for anything, a trail marker, a break in the trees, a hint of movement. There was nothing but endless dark trunks. She lifted her head, just a little, like she was sniffing the air. Then she spoke again in my voice. Where are you going? My legs felt unsteady, like they might just give out and leave me sitting there. I turned in a slow circle, heart hammering. No sign of any trail. No sign of Aaron. I picked a direction at random, toward a gap between two big oaks, and started walking. I counted 50 steps before I let myself look back. She was 10 feet behind me. No sound of footsteps, no movement in the brush. Just there, as though she'd been glued to my shadow. I tried to keep moving at a normal pace, but I could feel the edges of panic creeping in. My breath was ragged, my chest was tightening. My boot slipped on a patch of loose dirt and I went down hard, palms skidding across sharp gravel. For a second, I couldn't catch my breath. When I managed to look up, she hadn't moved an inch. Her eyes were locked on mine, dark and flat and empty. Something in me snapped. I turned and ran. Branches slapped my face, rocks bit into my shins. I didn't care. I just wanted to be anywhere else. I don't know how long I ran. At some point, my legs started to feel numb. When I finally broke through a wall of blackberry brambles, I nearly tripped over my own feet. I was standing on the old logging road. Aaron was there, crouched by a stump with the GPS in his hand. His head jerked up. I was about to call search and rescue, he said, his voice tight. Where the hell did you go? I couldn't form a sentence. I just held out the journal. He flipped to the last page, read it, and all the color drained out of his face. He didn't ask any more questions. He stuffed the journal into his pack, grabbed my arm, and pulled me down the road toward the trailhead. Neither of us spoke until we reached the truck. He unlocked the door with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. The radio crackled once on the drive out, but no words ever came through. That night, I woke up at 3 in the morning, sure there was someone standing on the other side of my bedroom window. I stayed in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to my own breathing, and I haven't set foot on that trail again. I'm 31 years old. The old wooden sign nailed to that oak said Edison Hollow Spur, though by the time I got there, the yellow paint was so faded it looked more like a smudge than a word. I remember thinking it didn't inspire much confidence. I'd pulled into the turnout just after dawn, still finishing a thermos of coffee and hoping the early start would give me time to hike 8 miles before dark. There weren't any campsites out that way. No trail amenities. Just a narrow track that cut through a shallow crease of woods at the southern edge of the Carolina Hills. The kind of place nobody really bothered with, unless they were determined to be alone. The first few miles passed without much to remark on. My boots clumped over old gravel and damp leaves that stuck to the soles. Every so often, I stopped to nudge a branch aside, or take a drink from the cheap plastic bottle I'd stuffed in my side pocket. I passed a rusted fence post that must have anchored barbed wire back in the day, maybe to keep livestock from wandering off. The wire was long gone, but the post still leaned there, half swallowed by weeds. Not far past that, there was a patch of wintergreen tucked in by a bend in the creek. I crushed a leaf between my fingers out of habit, just to see if it still smelled sharp and minty. It did. A little farther on, I reached a stand of white pines with initials carved in overlapping layers. Some went back to the 70s. A few were recent enough that you could still see the pale, raw wood in the grooves. I thought about adding mine for half a second, but it felt pointless. Nobody I knew would ever see it. Around noon, I crouched to retie my right bootlace. It always loosens up, no matter how tight I pull. When I stood up again, that's when I noticed the second trail. It slipped off to the left, so narrow it blended into the undergrowth if I didn't look straight at it. The odd thing was how clean it looked. The dirt was smooth, almost tamped down, and somebody had cleared away every rock and dead branch. The edges were so tidy, it felt like the trail was maintained on purpose, not just by the occasional hiker, but it wasn't on my map. I'd studied that cheap folded printout before I left, tracing every switchback with my finger so I wouldn't get turned around. I hadn't seen any reference to a spur or loop in this stretch. I just stood there, one hand still on my pack strap, longer than I care to admit. The longer I stared, the more I felt like the trail was waiting for me, like it knew I'd have to decide whether to walk down it. I shifted my weight from foot to foot, trying to laugh it off, told myself I was tired, or maybe letting the isolation get to me. Eventually, I forced my gaze back to the main trail and kept walking. For the next hour, I did my best to convince myself it was nothing unusual. Probably some old hunting route or a maintenance track the county never cataloged. The Forestry Service couldn't be bothered to keep every little thing updated. Still, the feeling wouldn't quite shake. Every time my boot hit a loose stone or a leaf crunched underfoot, my nerves twitched like something might break cover behind me. I focused hard on the rhythm of my steps to settle myself. Left, right, until my breathing evened out again. After a while, I managed to forget the fork, at least until I reached the next bend. That's when my stomach did this slow, queasy turn. There it was again, same narrow trail peeling off to the left, same smooth dirt, same trimmed edges. Even the shallow bend in the nearest beech trunk looked identical. I stopped and pulled out my compass, feeling slightly ridiculous. My thumb left a damp smudge on the brass casing. The needle pointed north, steady as ever. I turned in a slow circle, checking every landmark. The creek, the slope of the hill, the stretch of birches, all exactly where they were supposed to be. And yet, when I started walking again, the same fork appeared every time the trail curved west. The third time, I stopped dead in the middle of the track and crouched to study it. The dirt was flattened, smooth in a way I couldn't explain. No tire ruts, no obvious boot prints. Just a consistent, worn-looking path like something had passed over it again and again. I stood there, holding my breath, trying to catch any hint of movement. No, the air felt thick, heavy. My scalp prickled like I'd just walked under a low archway. I don't know what finally made me step onto that trail. Maybe I was sick of feeling like a coward. Maybe I needed to prove it was just a deer run or a dead end or anything ordinary. The moment I crossed onto it, the light seemed to fade. The canopy above was denser than it looked from the main trail. I noticed it all at once, that dim hush settling over everything. I tried not to think about how each footstep landed with a faint echo, as if the trees were reflecting the sound. I kept going. 50 yards in, I found the footprints. They were sunk deep in a patch of soft mud beside a thin trickle of water. I counted a dozen at least, pointing both ways. Some leading deeper in, some returning to the main path. Each one bigger than my boot by a size or more. The treads were so worn down they were almost smooth. I crouched, squinting at the edges. They looked fresh, crisp. Whoever left them hadn't passed long before me. I tried to picture the person who'd spent who knows how long pacing back and forth here, stamping prints over and over. My imagination failed me. I stood up, slow, my pulse loud in my ears. Still, nothing moved. I backed away step by step, careful not to stumble. When I felt the firmer dirt of the main trail under my boots, relief washed over me so hard I had to stop and swallow. I adjusted my straps and told myself that was it. Enough weirdness for one day. But less than half a mile later, I came around another bend and stopped so fast my knees locked. A nylon backpack was lying right across the trail. Same charcoal color as mine, same yellow straps. Even the little rip in the right side pocket. For a few seconds, my brain just refused to process it. I honestly thought I dropped mine somehow. My chest went tight. I yanked my own pack off my shoulders to check. Still there, I took a step closer. The top flap was unbuckled, hanging open just enough to show a corner of blue tarp. I carried the same tarp. I didn't touch it. I didn't kneel down. My skin was crawling so bad it felt like ants were under my shirt. I backed up slow, turned, and kept walking. My boots scuffed over the dirt with this scratchy, too loud sound. After maybe 15 minutes, I couldn't shake the sense the air behind me had thickened again. My shoulders kept tensing up like I was bracing for someone to grab them. I finally turned. That's when I saw the figure step onto the trail. They wore a gray hooded jacket. The hood was pulled up and I couldn't see a face. Their arms hung down, too loose, like the joints weren't right. They didn't wave, didn't move closer. They just stood there. My throat closed up so tight I couldn't swallow. I turned back and walked faster. My breath sounded ragged in my ears. I passed another trail marker nailed to an oak. Edison Hollow Spur this time, the lettering bright enough to read. I clung to the idea that the turnout must be close. My watch said I'd been out there more than 5 hours. I was already past the time I'd planned to be back. The trail curved again. I told myself I'd see the road. Instead, the same split appeared on the left. Same smooth path, same impossible neatness. I didn't think about it. I broke into a run. My pack slammed against my back with every step. I slipped on damp leaves, nearly went down more than once. Finally, the trees started to thin. I stumbled into the turnout, gasping. My car was still there, parked crooked by the sign. I fumbled my keys, got the door unlocked, and threw my pack into the passenger seat. My hands shook so bad I couldn't get the seatbelt latched. I didn't care. I drove out without looking back. I wasn't about to find out if something had followed me to the tree line. I never went back to Edison Hollow Spur. I'm 27, and the trails around Pinefield Ridge have always been the only place that feels honest to me. Everything else, work, errands, the same 4 walls, starts to feel like a routine I can't break. I'd spent most of that spring shut inside my apartment in Barrow Creek, watching old documentaries on extinct animals and half listening to podcasts about productivity. The days blurred together. My brain felt like it was softening around the edges. One night, I was scrolling through a local hiking forum, hoping for some spark of motivation. Somebody had posted about this old loop nobody really bothered with anymore. A couple of comments, buried way down in the thread, said it was overgrown but not impossible if you had a good sense of direction. The name Calder Hollow didn't ring any bells, but something about it stuck in my head. Maybe it was the idea of going somewhere that didn't have a Yelp page. I told myself it'd be good for me, shake off the cobwebs. So the next morning, I packed up my old canvas day pack, double-checked my water, and drove out before the sun had fully crested the ridge. The trailhead wasn't much to look at. A splintered cedar post held up a sign so weathered it was almost gray. Somebody had spray-painted a fat red arrow pointing left, dripping down the boards. But the carved lettering, worn but still legible, said to follow the right fork. I remember standing there longer than I probably should have, trying to guess which was the prank. In the end, I figured whoever built the sign knew more than whoever brought the spray paint. It took the right fork. It was early enough that each breath came out in little white puffs, vanishing as soon as they touched the cold air. The first stretch was easy, just a soft incline with moss creeping over the stones. Every few steps, I passed fallen branches or scraps of old fencing, half buried in ivy. One of the fences zigzagged across the path, nailed together in a way that looked almost lazy, like the builder didn't care whether it worked or not. About 3 hours later, the trail narrowed to a single track. Laurel bushes crowded in on both sides. The leaves hung so low I had to push them aside every few steps. The light filtering through looked dull, washed out. I kept expecting to hear the usual background noise, some insects buzzing, maybe a bird calling out. But there was nothing. Just the shuffle of my own boots and the quiet rasp of branches brushing my sleeves. I tried not to let it get to me. High ridges could get oddly still. I'd seen that before. But something about the way the silence pressed against me made me check my phone again. The GPS showed my little blue dot drifting in an empty sea of green pixels. No trail lines, no nearby roads, just blank space. I waited a minute thinking maybe the signal would catch up. It didn't. I turned around, figuring I'd just backtrack until something looked familiar, but 10 minutes later, the trail split in two, and neither fork looked right. The only clue was a crude sign nailed to an oak, Calder, Hollow, .5 mil, carved in uneven letters. I stared at it, feeling my stomach tighten. I didn't remember seeing that on any of the old maps. I thought maybe it was an old connector trail, or a path to a homestead that had long since rotted into the dirt. It sounded better than standing there debating with myself, so I followed it. At first, the trail looked like any other, just narrow and a little choked with undergrowth. But after a while, I noticed small bundles tucked into the forks of the trees. They looked like crafts a kid might make at summer camp, only worse. Twigs and dry grass bound up with strips of faded blue cord. Some had little buttons tied into the knots. A few had what looked like tiny bones, pale and splintered. I told myself it was just teenagers trying to freak people out, the kind of thing you'd laugh about later. But every time I passed one, the shape hung in my peripheral vision a little longer than it should have. My heart started tapping harder in my chest, and I forced myself to keep walking. The farther I went, the stranger the ground felt. It sloped steeper, and there were these narrow holes punched into the dirt, like somebody had driven stakes in deep and then yanked them out again. I couldn't tell if they were recent or ancient. That's when I saw it. A black nylon strap hanging from a low branch. It dangled almost to the ground, swaying just enough to make my stomach flip. For a second, I thought it was leftover camping gear, maybe a tie-down or a broken belt. But when I stepped closer, I could see the loop at the end. The inside was stained dark, a brownish red that had sunk deep into the fibers. My mouth went dry. I turned, ready to head back the way I'd come. That's when I heard it. A voice floating up from somewhere deeper in the hollow, low and muffled, like somebody calling through water. I thought I caught the word help, but it was too distorted to be sure. I moved toward it without meaning to, easing around a rotting log. That's when I saw her. She was standing half concealed behind the trunk, wearing a pale green jacket smeared with dirt. Her hair hung straight over her face. Her arms were lifted, hands tugging at something near her neck in these small, frantic motions. "Hey!" I called out, trying to sound calm. My voice cracked anyway. "Are you okay?" She didn't answer. Her hands kept working, pulling at something invisible. I took a step closer. My boot sank into one of those deep holes, and for a second I had to grab a sapling to keep from falling. When I looked up, she'd straightened. Her arms hung limp at her sides. Her hair still covered her face, but I could see a sliver of her cheek. Gray and mottled, like old bruises left too long to heal. I tried to convince myself she was just hurt, disoriented, but every part of me was screaming to leave. Then she tilted her head. The movement was too smooth, a clean pivot like a hinge swinging open. I took a step back. My boot scuffed the soft dirt. When I looked again, she was closer, at least 10 feet closer, standing where there had been nothing but undergrowth a moment earlier. I didn't say another word. My body just took over. I turned and ran. Branches clawed at my arms and tore at my pack. I barely felt it. All I could think about was putting as much distance between me and whatever she was. Time stopped making sense. I couldn't tell how long I was running. Every time I glanced up, the trees looked the same. I remember the wet slap of leaves across my face, the way my breath came in ragged bursts that never seemed deep enough. Eventually, the trees thinned, and I burst out onto a dirt road lined with rusted fencing. My legs gave out. I dropped to my knees in the gravel, chest heaving like I'd been underwater. I checked my watch, hands trembling so bad I could barely read the numbers. Almost 3 hours had passed since I'd seen that first sign for Calder Hollow. I don't remember getting back to the car or how I made it to the ranger station. My hands were shaking so hard on the steering wheel, I kept drifting over the center line. When I finally walked in and tried to explain, the ranger just watched me quietly. He didn't interrupt, didn't tell me I was imagining things. When I pointed at the hollow on the old trail map, he looked up, expression blank. "There's no Calder Hollow on this side of Pinefield," he said. His voice was low and careful, like he'd had this conversation before. I didn't look back. I was 33 when it happened. The gravel road winding up into the Bishop Range didn't even have a proper name on the map. Just this thin, dashed line disappearing under a blurry patch of green, like whoever drew it got bored halfway through. I followed it for close to an hour. passing old barns that leaned so far sideways it was a miracle they hadn't given up and collapsed. The fences along the way were half swallowed by weeds and rust. By the time I reached the cabin, I'd already started thinking I might have overestimated my taste for solitude. The place itself looked like someone had built it in a hurry and then left it to figure out how to stay standing on its own. The boards were bleached to a dull gray, and the windows had those old wavy panes that warped everything behind them, so even the trees looked like they were bending away in discomfort. I parked next to a split-rail fence with one rail missing altogether, climbed onto the porch, and lifted the bucket. Sure enough, the key was under there, just like the owner promised. The lock turned with a loud, grinding protest. For a second, I half expected the knob to snap clean off in my hand. Inside, the air was stale enough that it almost felt heavy, like it had been waiting years for someone to stir it up again. No electricity, just a battered lantern sitting on the counter and a carefully stacked pile of dry firewood next to the old iron stove. I told myself it was charming. It was not charming. I didn't even bother checking my phone. The last bar of reception had vanished a good 20 miles back. Honestly, that was part of why I'd booked the place in the first place. No calls, no text pings, no reminders that I was supposed to be anywhere else. Just me, the woods, and the illusion that I was capable of relaxing. That first evening, I sat at the little kitchen table, paint chipped off the edges in neat flakes, and opened my notebook. I spent a while mapping out hikes I might do, scribbling little arrows and notes I probably wouldn't be able to read in the morning. The sun dropped behind the ridge in this abrupt, silent way that left the cabin feeling instantly too dark, like someone had thrown a blanket over the whole building. The walls started their creaking soon after. It wasn't constant, just long groans and sudden little cracks, like the place had old bones settling back into place. I tried to ignore it. Then I heard something outside, a dragging sound, like a stick or a heavy branch sliding slowly across the porch boards. I got up and moved the curtain with 2 fingers, half bracing for a face on the other side of the glass. But there was nothing, just my own reflection staring back at me, looking as jumpy as I felt. Beyond that, only darkness pressed against the window. That night, I slept in broken, shallow stretches. Every time I surfaced into wakefulness, I was sure I heard something moving. Slow steps crunching over gravel, a quiet, measured breathing right on the other side of the wall. I kept telling myself it was the wind or maybe some animal wandering through, but my body didn't buy the excuse. By morning, most of the dread had dissolved into a dull sort of unease I could almost pretend was normal. I pulled on my boots, grabbed a pack, and decided to explore the trail that climbed up behind the cabin. The air out there was sharp and clean, with this faint metallic tang that made me feel like my lungs were getting scrubbed out. The trees grew so tight together that the trail felt more like a narrow hallway than a path. About a mile in, I spotted the first footprint. It was wide, too wide to be mine, and the tread was mostly worn away except for a strip along the outer edge. Just one print, pressed deep into the soft dirt, turned back toward my cabin like whoever left it had paused to look behind them. I stopped and listened, scanning the trees. Nothing moved, no birds, no wind, just stillness so complete it felt staged. I kept walking. A few hundred yards later, there was another print. Same shape, same worn sole, same direction. Like whoever it was had decided to step out just long enough to remind me I wasn't as alone as I wanted to believe. The rest of the morning passed in that same hush. I didn't see another soul. No distant voices, no engines, nothing. Just the occasional footprint appearing in places that felt calculated. By early afternoon, the shadows were starting to creep across the trail, making it look later than it really was. I turned back. The whole way down, I had this feeling in my ribs, like a hand pressing in, testing how much space it could take. When I reached the clearing by the cabin, I stopped and turned around. The trail behind me was empty. but I didn't feel any relief. That night, I tried to read by lantern light, but my eyes kept drifting toward the window. Around midnight, I heard it. One slow, deliberate step on the porch. The floorboards let out a groan that sounded almost tired. I held my breath. No knock, no rattle of the handle. Whoever it was just stood there, weight shifting slightly, like they were considering something. After what felt like hours, I heard a second step, softer, moving away. At some point, I must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew, pale light was seeping through the gaps in the curtain. I went out to the porch before I could talk myself out of it. In the layer of fine dust was the same boot print. Toes, angled right at the door, like whoever made it had leaned in to listen to me breathing. That day, I didn't leave the cabin. I kept thinking about what it meant, that someone had stood there so close, listening while I lay in bed, pretending not to exist. By sundown, I'd had enough. I packed as fast as I could, shoving everything into my duffel without bothering to fold it. Before I locked up, I did a slow circle around the outside of the cabin, trying to convince myself I wouldn't see anything worse. That was when I noticed the rock stack. 3 stones, each a little bigger than my fist, balanced carefully under the bedroom window. The top one had a dark smear across it. I don't know why, but I felt sure it wasn't mud. I didn't touch it. I hauled my bag to the car and started the engine before my brain could talk me into checking again. The drive down the mountain felt like it was never going to end. Every time the road curved, I glanced into the mirror, convinced I'd see someone stepping into the path behind me. At the first break in the trees, my headlights caught another rock stack perched right at the shoulder. Same size, same arrangement, like it was waiting for me to see it. I kept driving. Another bend, another stack. After the third, I pulled over and turned off the engine. My heart was thumping so hard it made my vision jump a little. I sat there in the dark, trying to convince myself I'd gotten turned around, that I was driving in circles. But when I checked the dashboard clock, the time lined up. I was still moving west. I started the engine again, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles ached. I told myself I wouldn't look at the trees anymore. It was almost 3 in the morning when I finally reached the paved highway. The second my tires touched smooth asphalt, it felt like crossing some invisible line, back into a world that obeyed the usual rules. I didn't stop again until the sun came up and I saw the sign for Millerton. I never reported any of it. That was the last time I ever stayed alone in those mountains. My cousin Ellis had been bugging me for, honestly, most of my adult life to help clear out the old family cabin tucked away in the Blue Ridge foothills. You know the kind of place. No one wanted to claim it outright, but everyone felt just enough guilt to pretend they'd get around to fixing it. Ellis kept saying it would only take a weekend, just a couple of boxes to drag out, a quick look at the roof, maybe shoo a raccoon or 2 out of the crawl space. He made it sound like we'd be back in town by Sunday afternoon, eating burgers and high-fiving each other for a job well done. That July, the stars finally aligned. I took a Friday off work, crammed my backpack full of the usual, extra socks, a couple bottles of water, the flashlight I always forget fresh batteries for, and drove east until the smooth asphalt fell apart into loose gravel and weeds. The last stretch wasn't much of a road anymore, just a narrow, rutted trail that looked like it had been carved by a drunk bulldozer decades ago and never touched again. I left the car where the ruts turned into deep channels and started the climb on foot. It's funny, when I was a kid, that path felt almost friendly, like the trees were there to keep you company. This time they pressed in from both sides, branches knitting overhead so the sky was just a smudge of pale blue. I kept catching spider webs across my face. There wasn't any breeze, no bird calls, nothing. Just the steady crunch of my boots and the sound of my own breathing, getting a little too loud in my ears. By the time the clearing came into view, I was soaked with sweat. My shirt stuck in clammy patches down my back and my arms prickled with heat. The cabin didn't look like I remembered. It sat there slumped in the middle of the clearing, roof sagging just enough to make it look tired. The boards were the color of burned wood. The windows were so thick with grime, it felt like they were hiding something inside. Ellis wasn't there yet. Typical. I dropped my pack on the porch, if you could call that crooked collection of boards a porch, and walked around back, trying to convince myself that everything was fine, that I wasn't trespassing on my own family's land. That's when I noticed the footprints. They cut across the muddy patch next to the root cellar, just a line of uneven impressions. My first thought was Ellis must have come early and left to grab something, but when I squatted down for a better look, I felt this weird tightness in my chest. Each print was too shallow and too close together, like whoever made them wasn't really lifting their feet, just gliding along. I straightened up, rubbed my palms on my jeans, and tried to talk myself into being rational. It was probably just the rain smearing everything, or an animal maybe. I called Ellis's name, a little louder than I meant to. My voice bounced off the trees and died without an echo. Nothing. I tried the back door, and the lock turned with this soft click that somehow made my scalp prickle. A draft pushed past me as I stepped inside. I expected that sour smell of damp wood and maybe a little mildew. Instead, it was worse. The air was flat and stale, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. Dust blanketed everything in a thick, even layer. Nothing looked touched, except for a dented tin cup sitting in the middle of the table, half full of rainwater. I propped the door open behind me, mostly to keep my nerves from turning to jelly. I started moving boxes, stacking them near the door so I could just haul them out once Ellis finally showed his face. Every time I turned around, I caught myself bracing for someone to be standing right there, watching me. I tried to stay focused, but little details kept catching my eye. A spoon balanced on the edge of the sink so precisely it looked arranged. A neat pile of damp leaves by the wood stove. The more I looked, the more certain I was that somebody had been there recently. But the dust insisted otherwise. An hour crawled by. My shirt was mostly dry by then, but my neck was stiff from glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. I finally stepped outside to stretch, shaking out my arms, trying to breathe normally. The wind had picked up, sliding through the grass in these slow, even pushes that felt too steady to be natural. And that's when I saw them. At the far edge of the clearing, right before the trees swallowed everything, a figure stood perfectly still. At first, I convinced myself it was just a tree stump. It didn't move. Its arms hung straight down, and the head was tipped forward like it was studying the ground. "Hey," I called out, my voice cracking. "You all right over there?" "Nothing." I waited, trying to swallow the tight lump in my throat. I called again, louder. "Hello?" Still nothing. I told myself it was probably a hiker who'd lost their bearings. Maybe they were embarrassed. I took a few steps off the porch, planning to get closer. But before I'd reached the edge of the grass, the figure was just gone. No movement, no sound. One blink and the clearing was empty again. I felt every muscle in my body seize up. My hand went to my chest without me realizing it, like I needed to make sure my heart hadn't just stopped. I backed up until I hit the door frame and slipped inside, this time closing the door behind me. My pulse thumped so hard I could feel it in my jaw. I stood there, listening. Nothing but the soft groan of the rafters shifting. Then came a step on the porch. Heavy, deliberate. I inched toward the window and wiped a streak in the grime with the side of my hand. Someone stood at the bottom of the steps. Their shoulders hunched forward, head dipped low under the brim of a hat. Or maybe it was just hair hanging in front of their face. I couldn't tell. I didn't dare breathe. They slowly lifted their head, and even through the filmy glass, I could see they were staring right at me. "You can come out now," they said. The voice was hoarse, flat, like they were reciting something they didn't fully understand. I stayed frozen. The boards creaked again. One step up onto the porch. "It's all right," they called closer. "Come outside." My mouth felt like it had turned to sand. I edged back from the window, careful not to bump the wall. Another step. I crept toward the back door, pressing my ear to it. Nothing on the other side. No movement. I counted to 3 in my head. Then I threw the door open. Nothing but trees and my own tracks leading in. I ran. I didn't even think about grabbing my pack. My boots skidded in the mud and my shoulder clipped the porch post hard enough to send a hot ache down my spine. I kept going. The slope dropped off fast, and I half stumbled, half sprinted through the underbrush. Branches lashed my arms, but I barely felt it. My chest burned with every breath. When I broke out onto the logging road, I didn't stop. I just fumbled for my keys, hands shaking so badly I'd dropped them twice. By the time I jammed the right one into the lock, I felt like I was going to throw up. I got the engine started and risked one last look up the trail. Someone stood in the trees. Same posture, same stillness. Watching. I didn't wait to see if they planned on following. I threw the car into gear and bounced down the ruts until the woods thinned and the clearing disappeared behind me. Later that night, Ellis finally called. Said he was sorry. He'd gotten stuck in Ashboro waiting on a delivery and never made it out. I told him I wasn't going back. He hired a couple guys from town to clear the place out. They said it looked normal, nothing out of place. But I know what I saw. I was 31 when I rented that place up in the Appalachian Mountains. A friend had sent me the listing, probably as a joke. The picture showed this squat little cabin with a rusted roof and a porch that looked like it had arthritis. It was barely visible through the trees, sunken into the hillside like it was trying not to be found. But something about it clicked. I'd been burnt out for a while. Work, people, everything. The idea of total solitude sounded pretty great. Just me, the trees, and maybe a raccoon or two. Harold, the landlord, met me at a gas station an hour from the cabin. Said it was easier that way. He showed up in a dented blue pickup, smelling like chewing tobacco and diesel. The man looked like he'd been part of the mountains for generations. Leathery skin, narrow eyes, quiet. After a quick handshake and some paperwork, he handed me a single key on a ring and said, "Nobody makes it through a season up there." Then he just turned, climbed in his truck, and drove off. I probably should have asked more questions. But honestly, I was too tired to care. I'd left behind a job that had me working 80-hour weeks and a city that chewed people for sport. All I wanted was a break, something simple, quiet, uncomplicated. The drive up to the cabin was a slow crawl through gravel roads and tree tunnels. GPS gave up halfway there. By the time I parked in front of the place, I was already second-guessing things. The steps leading to the porch sagged. One shutter hung sideways, clinging to a single hinge. Moss covered the walls like the forest was reclaiming it. Inside, though, it was fine. Small, but not cramped. A wood stove, a kitchenette, a single bedroom, and a couch that had seen better decades. The plumbing worked. The lights came on when I flipped the switch. I called that a win. The first few days were peaceful. I stacked firewood, fixed the porch railing, even tried whittling harder than it looks. At night, I'd make dinner, pour a drink, and sit on the porch listening to the crickets and frogs carry on like I wasn't even there. But even in that first week, I noticed something off. It was the silence. Not normal silence. This had rhythm. The woods followed a schedule. Mornings were full of life, birds, squirrels, wind in the leaves. Then, somewhere around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, everything just stopped. Not gradually, abruptly, like someone hit mute. At first, I thought it was weather, maybe a storm system I couldn't see, but the sky stayed clear, the air still. And the quiet didn't feel peaceful, it felt tense, like the whole forest was waiting. Still, I didn't panic. Told myself it was just unfamiliar territory. Mountain forests had their own patterns. I wasn't a local. What did I know? I didn't tell anyone. No cell service out there, and I wasn't about to drive 30 miles just to text someone that the birds were acting weird. Besides, it wasn't like I had anyone back home who'd really care. Then came the storm. It rolled in on a Tuesday, the kind of storm that doesn't ease in, it just arrives. One minute it was late evening and still. The next, the sky cracked open and dumped rain like it wanted to drown the ridge. Lightning flashed fast, one strike after another. The whole cabin shook with thunder. I couldn't sleep. The wind slammed the walls like it wanted to rip the cabin loose. Around 2 in the morning, I got up to make tea, or at least pretend it would help. The kitchen window faced the tree line. Most nights, you couldn't see much, just black trees and darker shadows. But when the lightning flashed, it lit up the yard. And in one of those flashes, I saw something standing at the edge of the clearing. It wasn't close, 30, maybe 40 feet away, but I saw it clearly, too clearly. It was upright, but nothing about it looked human. The legs bent backward at the knees. The arms were too long. It looked stitched together out of mismatched pieces. A bulky torso, linebacker shoulders, hunched forward like it wasn't used to standing. The lightning faded. Next flash gone. I gripped the edge of the sink for 10 solid minutes. Didn't blink. Told myself it was a trick of the light. But I knew better. I'd seen it. That thing didn't belong. The next day, I drove into town and bought a rifle. Cheap, overkill, some hunting model from the 90s. I bought extra locks for the doors and a backup flashlight. For a while, things calmed down. No storms, no shapes. The silence still came every afternoon, but I was used to it. I stayed busy during the day, kept the rifle by the bed at night, blinds drawn tight. Then one night, the satellite signal went out. I was half watching a rerun of a cooking competition when the screen blinked off. The dish was mounted just behind the cabin, a few steps from the woods. I didn't love the idea of going out there at night, but I figured it was something simple, might as well deal with it. So I grabbed the flashlight in one hand, rifle in the other, and stepped outside. The silence was different. Not just quiet, heavy, thick, like sound itself had been vacuumed away. My boots crunched on gravel like they were the only sound in the world. I made my way around the cabin, shining the light into the trees. The woods felt closer, like the trees had crept in. I knelt by the dish, fiddled with the mount, then I heard it, a snap. A single, deliberate break of a branch. Not wind, not an animal. A step. I slowly turned and raised the flashlight. That's when I saw the eyes. Red, glowing. Fixed in the dark like coals waiting to ignite. They didn't blink, didn't flicker, just stared. The shape around them was massive, wolf-like, but wrong. The snout too long, the ears too high. The fur mangy, clumped and missing in places. Even hunched, it stood taller than any person I'd ever seen. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The rifle felt laughable in my hand, like pointing a toy at a train. It didn't step forward, didn't growl, didn't bare its teeth. Just stood there, as if deciding whether I was worth the effort. After what felt like hours, probably less than a minute, something inside me snapped. I turned and ran, didn't think. Didn't look back. I sprinted to the door, yanked it open, slammed it shut, locked it, and dragged a bookshelf in front. Then I sat on the floor, rifle clutched in both hands, eyes on the door until sunrise. In the morning, I stepped outside expecting to see something. Broken branches, footprints, anything. But there was nothing. Not a single blade of grass disturbed. Like the night had erased itself. But I knew what I saw. I hadn't imagined it. Over the next few days, I started hearing things. Not loud, soft. Deliberate. Footsteps circling the cabin. Once, a tap on the bedroom window. Not hard. Just once. Like it was checking if I was still there. I didn't sleep much. Even during the day, I felt watched. Wherever I went, it was just behind the trees, just out of sight. After 2 more weeks, I'd packed up. Didn't call Harold. Just left the key on the porch and drove down the mountain with the rifle across my lap. People still tell stories about those ridges. Those things live out there that predate the roads, the towns, even the people. They speak of them like weather part of the landscape. Not evil, not good, just there. And if I had hesitated that night, if I'd stayed outside 1 second longer, I don't think I would have made it back inside. I was in the Appalachian Mountains with my brother Micah and his friend Jonah. We'd done this ridge hike dozens of times. The trail clings to the crest of the ridge, narrow in parts where it feels like you're walking on a spine with sharp drop-offs on both sides. Then it widens into lazy switchbacks that zigzag upward toward the outlook spots. On that day, something, or maybe just curiosity, pushed us farther than usual. We set our goal on the far overlook. We climbed, chatting and teasing each other, until we reached the place where the valley drops away and you feel wide open but still contained. The sun was slipping downward, painting everything in golden tones. Long shadows stretched like fingers. On the opposite ridge, the moon hovered just above the treetops. It looked too big, too pale, as if someone had placed it there by mistake. I told Micah the moon looked low enough to touch. That was when the weight of the moment hit me, heavier than the usual mountain hush. We traded a look, something unspoken passing between us, and started back, knowing daylight was limited. But light fades quicker than you think in those mountains, especially when you've been admiring horizons. By the time we reached the fork in the trail, dusk had taken over. We had a choice: head straight back to the car, or take the side trail we'd only scouted briefly once before. When I suggested that path, it wasn't stupidity. It felt adventurous. I said, "We'll be fine." At that time, there were still hikers around. Families laughing, kids chasing each other, couples holding cameras and posing. That chatter gave us a sense of safety, so we went for it. Within minutes, I fell back on a steep stretch. My breathing turned ragged, lungs burning the way they rarely did anymore. I stopped and motioned for Micah and Jonah to go on. They jogged ahead, their shapes disappearing into drifting shadows. Almost immediately, fog rippled in. 1 second, cool mountain air. The next, gray mist rolling along the ground, climbing over roots, curling around stones, thickening like a living thing. I stood there, chest tight, watching the path vanish. Then I saw Micah stop ahead. Jonah sprinted back toward me, his face blurred in the haze, but Micah stayed fixed on something. I couldn't tell what until he backed up. "Whatever is up there," he said quietly, "it's not right." He pointed. I squinted. All I could see was the bend of the trail, the fog swirling. He said it looked like a person at first, tall and broad, but wrong. The proportions were off. And when it noticed us, it dropped on all fours and moved across the path in a blur. Too fast for something that size. It didn't bound like a bear or skid like a deer. It slid like liquid shadow. His hand shot out, grabbed my arm, and dragged me back. We stumbled and fell. When we got up, he whispered, "You see how dark it was, not shaded, the absence of light." That wordless terror pressed on me so hard I could feel every beat of my heart. As we turned and started to retreat, silence fell. Not just quiet. Everything went. No frogs croaking, no branches scratching, no hikers calling back. Nothing. Moments earlier, the forest had been alive with voices and movement stretching behind us. In a blink, it was gone, as if the earth had muted itself on purpose. We didn't check our phones until we were well down the trail. No signal, no map, no hope of help. We kept moving, retracing steps, hearts pounding, every crack of a twig too loud. Another curve in the path, another pause. Micah froze again. He said it moved to the left, toward the cliffside, but that was impossible. The slope was sheer rock, nettles, brambles, no path, no space. And yet, it vanished without a sound. No slip, no crash, nothing broken. Just gone. Every step onward grew heavier. The trail was familiar, but each stride felt weighted. My legs burned. Breaths jarred in my ribs, muscles knotted tight. I clenched my stainless steel water bottle so hard I thought I'd break it. It felt ridiculous, but I needed something solid to hold. Something that grounded me. Then, out of nowhere, a warm, steady glow bobbed through the fog. It reflected in droplets clinging to pine needles. A lantern, maybe, swinging side to side. I thought relief would flood me, that I would laugh or cry or run toward it. But by the time we reached the trailhead, whoever carried that glow had vanished. I looked around. The parking lot, packed hours earlier, was almost empty. Just our car and one other. A couple quietly snapping pictures of mossy trees. No lantern bearer. No footsteps leading off. No whisper of movement. Nothing to suggest anyone had been there. I cracked a joke about werewolves. Dread made the humor clumsy. Neither of them smiled. Micah's jaw looked ready to break. Jonah, who had been silent, finally spoke. His voice was barely out. I saw something too. Low to the ground. Crawling. I didn't want to say it until I knew. He trailed off. I glanced around, the forest edging toward us, quiet and intent. We didn't talk on the way back. Jonah sat in the back seat, his eyes shadowed, like he thought we'd all vanish and he'd be the last one left. At home, he refused to be alone. So we ended up piled on the sofas, tangled in blankets like kids again, refusing to sleep. The dark had followed us. The next evening, I sat nursing a cold pizza box while the news droned on. Then they said something that froze me. Last night had been a super blood wolf moon. That phrase, wolf moon, made my skin prickle. An echo of dread slid down my neck. Jonah leaned in, voice low. I think it came with the moonlight. The shivers never left. Later, I remembered something from long before. The first time I hiked that ridge, I paused at a slim section. Safe enough, but narrow. And there, a simple wooden cross hammered into the dirt. Weathered, unlabeled. Just a bare cross. I wondered about it then. Now it lingers in my head. Maybe it wasn't a tombstone. Maybe it was a marker. I can't stop thinking about what happened. I replay every moment when I close my eyes. My cousin Eli had been on my case for what felt like forever, trying to get me to stay at his family's cabin in the Appalachian Mountains. He made it sound like some kind of sacred rite of passage. Like I couldn't really understand him, or maybe even myself, until I'd spent time out there. He'd grown up with that place. Whole summers spent in those woods, coming back scratched up and sunburned, smiling like he belonged to the trees. He talked about the cabin the way people talk about old friends, like it had a personality, like it had moods. I didn't get it, not really. But I was drowning in deadlines, burned out from trying to balance a final semester of school with a retail job that barely paid rent. My brain felt fried, like every thought was wrapped in static. So when Eli texted me again in mid-May, I finally gave in. I told myself it was just a week. No signal, no people, no alarms, just trees, beer, and maybe some hiking if I felt ambitious. The drive up was long, longer than I remembered. The roads wound tighter and narrower with every turn, until I was sure we were driving straight through someone's backyard. We lost cell service before the last gas station. The silence in the car stretched heavy, awkward, like even our voices didn't want to break it. Harlan, Eli's hound, sat in the back seat, drooling on the upholstery. Every so often he let out a huff, low and unimpressed, like he could smell city boy on me. The cabin itself wasn't much to look at. It sat low in a shallow dip between hills, more hollow than valley. It looked like it had been slapped together by someone who ran out of materials halfway through. The porch sagged to one side. The boards were gray and soft with age. One shutter hung crooked, like it had already given up. The chimney leaned at a tired angle, not ready to fall, just worn. Still, there was something about the place that felt solid, not cozy, not inviting, but rooted, like it had grown up from the dirt instead of being built. The path to the cabin was barely a road. Two ruts in the dirt with weeds growing between them. Once we turned off the main road, everything disappeared. No traffic, no lights, not even the hum of power lines. Just trees pressing in from every direction, the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. It felt like we'd passed some invisible line, and the rest of the world had blinked out. We unloaded the truck and settled in. Inside, the cabin was simple. No electricity. Just a few lanterns. A wood stove. Old furniture scavenged from different decades. The couch was lumpy but clean. The kitchen had enough to cook with. The bedroom I was staying in had a thin mattress on a wooden frame. Enough. That first night was uneventful in the best way. We sat out on the porch, drinking warm beer, listening to crickets and the shuffle of underbrush. The sky was so clear it felt fake. Stars like pinholes punched through black velvet. The kind of stillness that makes you think maybe this was what people meant by peace and quiet. I kicked off my boots and left them by the door, laces undone, tongues pulled forward. Just how I liked them. Easy in, easy out. I didn't think twice. Until the next morning. I came out into the main room and saw my boots sitting there, but something was wrong. I picked one up. The laces were braided, not tied, braided, tight, intricate, decorative, almost like jewelry. I didn't know how to do that kind of braid. Still don't. Never even tried. I called Eli over, showed him, expected a laugh, a prank. He didn't laugh. He chuckled at first, then brushed it off. Said maybe I did it while sleepwalking. For the record, I've never sleepwalked. Not once. I told him that. He waved me off, said the woods do weird things to your head. Dreams bleeding into real life. Muscle memory. But I knew better. The braids were too neat, too exact. Whoever did it took their time. Harlan didn't like them either. He sniffed the boots, then backed away with his ears down, tail low. He kept circling the room, nose to the floor like he was trying to track something, but there was nothing there. Nothing we could see. That night, things shifted. We went out back to check on the fire pit, planting hot dogs or maybe marshmallows. The ground was soft, thick with pine needles and damp earth. I froze. Footprints. Bare, human-looking, but wrong. Too long, too narrow. Toes spaced too far apart, arches too high, and they weren't fresh. They pressed deep, slow, and deliberate, like whoever made them wanted the earth to remember. They circled the cabin in a perfect loop, hugging the wall as if someone was listening through the wood. Then they trailed off into the trees and vanished. I looked at Eli. His face was pale, blank. No words. He walked inside, came back with his dad's old rifle from above the mantel, checked the chamber, and set it on the table. After that, the air inside felt different. We tried to keep things normal. Lit lanterns, played cards, talked about everything but what was outside. But every crack of a branch, every gust of wind pulled Eli's eyes to the window. And Harlan wouldn't rest. He paced, whined, went to the door again and again like he wanted out but didn't know where to go. Around midnight, he froze, every muscle stiff, tail down, ears flat. A low growl rolled out of him, steady, locked on the window. Eli and I turned. Past the glass, at the edge of the lantern light, something stood, not moving, not swaying, just standing. It was tall, too tall. The arms hung too low, past where the knees should have been. The torso was narrow, the head too small. It didn't step forward. Didn't make a sound. It just stood there, half hidden in the trees, watching. I blinked. It was gone. Not moved. Gone. We shoved the couch against the door. Eli sat with the rifle across his lap. I pulled my legs up, pressed my back against the wall, listening to every sound outside. Around 3 a.m, the porch creaked. One board, then another. Slow, heavy, steps. Then the doorknob turned. Once, pause, then again, harder, like someone was testing it. Gently, carefully. Harlan exploded, barking with a sound I'd never heard from him before. Not anger, fear, desperation. The knob stomped. Silence. Then the steps again, retreating, fading into the woods. We didn't sleep. We waited for daylight. When the sun broke over the ridge, we opened the door. The prints were there again, circling the cabin. Some right up against the window. Others pressed against the walls, toes pointed in. Like someone had leaned close to listen. And then, my boots. On the porch, side by side. Laces braided tighter than before. Not so compact I couldn't even pull them apart. Eli didn't say a word. He packed his duffel and left. I was 21 when it happened. My buddy Caleb had been bugging me for weeks about this old trail he wanted to reclaim. He said he used to cut through a stretch of the Black Hollow Mountains and connect to an abandoned fire road that most hikers didn't even know about anymore. His theory was, if we cleaned it up, people could use it as a shortcut. Save a good hour or more off the main route. He pitched it like a simple day job. Bring some tools, clear the path, mark the trees, and we'd be done before dark. I wasn't totally sold, but he talked about it like it was this lost piece of hiking history. Like we'd be doing some kind of good, and I didn't have anything better going on that weekend. We left early, just before sunrise early. The kind of early where your coffee still tastes like sleep, and your eyes don't feel connected to your body yet. The sky was still gray when we parked at the trailhead. His old Tacoma rattled when he shut it off, and we stepped out into air that felt cool and damp. We loaded up with gear, machetes, gloves, a couple of axes, bright orange flagging tape. Caleb even brought a small saw. It all felt very prepared. Like we were doing something real. The first part of the trail was exactly where he said it would be. You could just make out where the path had once been, buried under years of leaves and overgrowth. We started cutting into it, pushing back the green, tossing aside limbs that had fallen who knows how long ago. It wasn't bad at first. We worked in a rhythm. He'd chop, I'd clear. We marked trees every 10 or 15 feet with the orange tape. And when we looked back, it was satisfying seeing those little bright splashes against the bark. We moved deeper in as the morning went on. Honestly, it felt good, productive. But a few hours in, we hit a bend in the trail that didn't make sense. Instead of opening up toward the left like Caleb's map suggested, it curved sharply to the right. It was subtle, like maybe we just veered a little too far, but we followed it anyway. Then we stepped out into a clearing and found ourselves back at a stretch we'd already cleared. The same ribbons we'd tied flapped above us. The same gouge marks in the tree where Caleb had tested his axe swing earlier. We both stopped. Caleb frowned, pulled the map from his back pocket, and turned it a few times like that would help. "Guess we looped around without realizing," he said. I didn't argue. Maybe we had. We checked our compass and reoriented. This time, we paid more attention to where we were going, made deliberate turns. Left extra marks just to be sure, but after maybe 40 minutes, we stepped back into the same space again. Same notch stump, same low branch I'd cracked my shin on, same stupid ribbons. That's when Caleb stopped smiling. He muttered something, maybe about us screwing up, but I could hear in his voice he didn't believe it. We agreed to leave the trail entirely. Caleb pointed downhill. He was sure there was a logging road somewhere down there if we just kept moving straight. So we did. For the next hour, we bushwhacked our way downward. The brush was thick. Vines caught our ankles. My gloves tore open at the seams. Caleb tripped, cursed, and tossed his saw aside because it kept snagging in the undergrowth. Then the slope started to level. We both let out this exhausted laugh when we finally hit flat ground. But that laugh died fast, because right in front of us were our ribbons. Same damn trail. There was a moment where neither of us said anything. We just stood there, breathing hard, staring up at the trees we'd already passed once, twice, now a third time. The forest had gone quiet. And not in the peaceful way. No birdsong. No rustling leaves. Even our boots sounded wrong when we shifted weight. Caleb ran a hand through his hair. "We're turned around," he said, but it came out weak. We agreed to head back the way we came, retrace every step. This time, we'd go slow. Be methodical. Be methodical. We started cutting fresh marks into the bark as we walked, not just take deep gashes with Caleb's axe. No way we'd confuse those, but we kept passing them. The same ones. Same split trunk. Same mossy log I'd tripped over earlier. We tried turning, doubling back. We even stood in place, arguing over which way was north, like either of us could tell anymore. But no matter what direction we picked, it kept leading us back. The shadows stretched as the sun dropped. You could feel it, not just see it, like something heavy shifting in the air. That tightness in my chest kept growing. Then Caleb saw something through the trees. He shouted, "Ridge," and bolted. I ran after him. We crashed through underbrush, stumbled over roots. My legs felt wrapped in thorns. Branches whipped my face, left scratches that stung with sweat. We burst through a thicket and hit the trail again. Same goddamn ribbons. Caleb didn't say anything this time. He just stared, like he couldn't make sense of it. And then we heard it. Something moving, not wind, not wind, not squirrels, not a deer. This was heavy, slow, purposeful. Branches cracked, then stopped, then cracked again. It came in pulses, like it only moved when we moved. It wasn't coming from one spot either. A little to the left, then behind, then back to the right. I didn't say anything, neither did Caleb. We just started walking faster, and the sound followed. I glanced back once, nothing there, but the brush behind us twitched, like something big had just passed through it. Caleb whispered, "We need to go." Now, we started running. Not full sprint, but that half run where your body's ready to break into panic. The noise kept pace. It never got closer, never fell back, just stayed with us, always a few steps behind, crashing through the brush like it didn't care who heard it. Then the terrain pitched upward. We scrambled, pulling ourselves up by tree roots and rocks. My lungs burned. Caleb slipped and nearly dragged me down with him, but we made it to a rocky ledge. And from there, we should have seen something. A clearing, a road, a distant hill, anything. But below us was the same trail. The ribbons fluttered gently, and then something moved. A figure. just between the trees. It wasn't rushing, it wasn't sneaking, it walked slowly, deliberately, like it had all the time in the world. It stepped from one patch of shadow to the next, always partly hidden, never fully seen. When we stared too long, it froze. When we looked away, it shifted. It wasn't just watching us, it was waiting. We didn't wait. We dove off the far side of the ridge. Didn't care about the direction anymore, just down, away, out, out. We slid through mud, tore through underbrush. I was bleeding from at least 5 different places. Caleb was limping. And then gravel. My boots hit something hard and uneven, and for a second my brain didn't register what it meant. Then I saw it. An old service road. We stood on it panting, and the woods went still. The breaking branches stopped. The movement vanished. It was like the forest exhaled and let us go. We didn't talk. We didn't look back. We walked, and walked, and walked. Hours later, Caleb's truck came into view. We climbed in. Didn't say a word the entire drive home. He never brought it up again. I had just quit a job that was draining the life out of me. One of those roles where every Monday felt like a funeral, and Fridays just meant 2 days of dreading the next one. I had also bailed on a city I never felt at home in. Too noisy, too cramped, and full of people who never made eye contact. I needed to get out, get quiet, go somewhere that didn't care who I was or what I did for a living. The plan was simple. 1 week alone in the Appalachian backcountry, no reception. No conversations, no expectations, just me, the woods, and maybe some peace if I was lucky. At the ranger station, I pointed to the section of trail I had picked. The guy behind the counter looked at me, then at the map, and raised one eyebrow like I'd just said I wanted to hike through a swamp barefoot. "That part's not very well traveled," he said. "It's overgrown. Trail markers are pretty faded. You might lose it in places." I said, "That's kind of the idea." He shrugged. "Suit yourself." The first 2 days went exactly like I'd hoped. Long stretches of trail winding through ridges and deep forest. The path rose and fell in wide, sweeping switchbacks. Every turn felt like peeling back another layer of quiet. The pine smell was everywhere, sharp, green, clinging to my clothes. My pack felt light. Tent, a little food, camp stove, journal, compass, and that folded-up map. The nights were eerily quiet. I hadn't realized how much background noise follows you until it's gone. No cars, no planes, no voices through thin apartment walls, just the creak of trees and the occasional brush of wind. That first night I sat on a rock watching steam curl from my mug and actually noticed my own heartbeat. It was unsettling and beautiful. By the 3rd day, I felt like I was sinking into the rhythm of being out there. I found a shallow ravine with a narrow spring running through it and set up camp early. The spot felt tucked in, safe somehow. The trees leaned close together, like old friends whispering. I boiled some instant rice, wrote a few thoughts in my notebook, rambling reflections that would feel dumb to read now. Then I walked a slow circle around the clearing as the light dimmed, and that's when I heard it. A low, steady humming, not like a person, more like the sound of an old refrigerator in a dead quiet kitchen. Dull, constant, mechanical. My first thought was tinnitus. I've had ringing after concerts before, but this was different. It was external, directional. I could feel where it was coming from, up the ridge, just beyond the tree line. Then it stopped, and the silence that followed wasn't normal. No wind, no creaking, no insects, no birds, just a heavy, oppressive nothing, like the whole forest held its breath. I didn't move. I stood frozen, head tilted, waiting for some sign it was natural, that it would pass. After maybe 30 seconds, maybe more, maybe less, the sounds returned, all at once, like someone flipped a switch. The chirping and rustling felt too loud, like being thrown into a crowd after sitting in an empty room. That night, I lay in my tent with my sleeping bag pulled tight and my knife within reach. Every twig snap made me jerk awake. Every gust of wind felt like a warning. I told myself it was nerves, just being out there alone. But something had shifted. The next morning I packed up quickly. The trail ahead narrowed, overgrown with thorny brush and fallen branches. Trail markers were so faded I had to scan tree by tree to find them. At one point I pulled out my compass just to confirm I was moving in the right direction. I don't usually get turned around. The forest was quiet, but not in a peaceful way. This was sterile. Off. No squirrels. No deer. No birds. Not even bugs. I hadn't swatted a mosquito all day. That night, I camped on a ridge where the trees grew so thick I had to light a fire before sunset. I was heating water when the humming came back. This time, it was stronger, closer. It pulsed like it had a heartbeat, deep, rhythmic, not random. It came in slow waves, like something breathing just beyond the trees. I turned off my headlamp and stood there, listening. The sound faded, and the silence dropped like a curtain. It felt worse this time, not just silence pressure, like the air had collapsed inward, like I wasn't alone. I scanned the trees slowly, and that's when I saw it. Downhill, maybe 50 feet away, something moved. It was tall, far taller than a person, too thin. Its arms hung strangely, elbows too low, fingers too long. It moved like a marionette with tangled strings. No face, just pale skin like damp paper or milk left out in the sun. It stopped, tilted its head slightly as if listening. Then it moved again, vanishing into the woods. I didn't move. My mouth went dry, my legs buzzed with tension. Every instinct told me not to light the fire again. I sat in my tent with the knife in my lap, listening to the wind scratch the fabric. I didn't sleep. I just waited for dawn. On day 5, I gave up on the trail. The map showed a dry creek bed leading west toward a service road. I decided to follow it and cut the trip short. Instead, I found a clearing. It wasn't on the map. It wasn't natural. Perfectly circular, 40 feet wide, packed with cairns, dozens of them, all the same size. Balanced with unnatural precision, stones stacked 5 or 6 high. Shadows stretched too long for the angle of the sun. I circled wide around it. Didn't walk through, didn't take pictures, didn't write about it. It felt like a place you weren't supposed to acknowledge. That night, I camped under a rock ledge and kept everything packed. I laid in my bag, eyes open, waiting. Around midnight, something brushed the fabric I was lying on. It was slow, deliberate, a drag. Then again, closer to my head. I held my breath, listened. Something outside was moving carefully, quietly, gravel shifting, dirt being disturbed, just a foot or two away. I stayed still until the sky lightened. When I finally unzipped my bag, there were no tracks, but my camp stove, zipped inside my pack, was now sitting in the fire ring. Upright, clean, placed there. I didn't eat. I didn't stop. I just walked. By afternoon, I realized I was looping. I passed a fallen log I had crossed the day before. Found one of my own boot prints, half covered in fresh leaves. Something was wrong. I sat down, staring at the map, when I heard the hum again. Soft, distant, but enough to push me moving fast. I walked until I couldn't feel my feet. On the 7th day, I didn't bother with the tent. I found a depression between 2 hills and dropped my sleeping bag on dry ground, hoping exhaustion would do what fear couldn't. I woke up at 4 in the morning. Something was right in front of my face, not above me, across from me, as if it had laid down nose to nose, inches away, just watching. The skin was waxy, pale orange. Its eyes were empty holes. No light, no reflection, no mouth, no nose. Just void scanning me in the dark. I didn't move, didn't blink. Some primitive part of me knew if I twitched, it would end badly. I closed my eyes, not out of bravery, but because I couldn't do anything else. When I opened them, it was gone. I saw faint prints in the pine needles. Long, smooth, tooless, leading away. After that, I didn't stop walking. Ellis and I had been talking about doing a longer hike for a while. Nothing extreme, just something different. We were both used to weekend loops and out and back day trails, the kind where you pass a dozen families with kids, and someone always has music playing out loud from a phone in their backpack. This time we wanted something quieter, something more remote. The kind of trail where you might not see another soul for a day or two. Ellis had this idea about a hidden shelter deep in the Appalachians. He said a friend of a friend had mentioned it once during a gear swap. No GPS coordinates. No pin on all trails. Nothing you'd find on a ranger's brochure. Just an old lean-to off a fading spur, somewhere beyond the maintained sections of the trail. The way he described it, it sounded like a forgotten place. A spot that had existed for decades and somehow just slipped out of rotation. No one had reason to go out that far anymore. Which for us was kind of the point. We picked a weekend in early October. Cool enough to keep the bugs down, warm enough not to freeze overnight. The plan was simple. Hike in on Friday, find the shelter, spend the night, and hike out Saturday. 2 days. Easy. We started early that Friday, parked the car to pull off near the trailhead, and loaded up. My pack weighed about 20 pounds, give or take. Same for Ellis. We had all the basics. Water, stove, tarp, food, 2 headlamps, a first aid kit we'd never opened. Nothing fancy. The first few miles were familiar. Marked trail, gentle incline, leaves crunching underfoot. There was something calming about it. We talked a little, mostly nonsense. Nothing deep. The farther we walked, the less we said. Not for any reason. It just settled into that companionable silence hiking sometimes demands. You walk, you listen, you exist. By mid-morning, the path started narrowing. Less maintained, more brush. We hadn't seen another person since we left the car. No one coming down the trail. No groups camped off the side. Not even the usual trash you find where people stop for a break. It was clean. Too clean. And still. The deeper we went, the more it felt like we were slipping into a part of the forest that didn't get visitors. It wasn't just remote. It was undisturbed. We stopped seeing wildlife. Not a single squirrel darted across the trail. No bird song. Even the bugs had gone quiet. And the trail itself had thinned into something more like a suggestion than a path. We lost it a few times and had to backtrack. Each time it felt like the forest swallowed the direction behind us. Like the way out was getting dimmer. At one point we passed under a huge fallen tree, the kind that had probably come down in the storm years ago. The roots stretched taller than us, caked with mud and old leaves. We climbed over it, and when we landed on the other side, the air felt thicker. Cooler, like we'd crossed into a different zone. Ellis checked the map and compass, more out of habit than necessity. It was clear this section wasn't on any official loop. We were off-grid. That was the idea, of course. Still, I could feel a weight starting to settle in my chest. Not fear. Not yet. Just that faint edge of awareness. Like something about the place didn't want us there. A little before dusk, we found the shelter. It just appeared, tucked into a shallow fold at the base of a ridge. No sign pointing to it. No worn trail leading in. Just there. The way you find an old coin buried in dirt, unexpected and out of place. It was built from thick timbers, all dark and weathered but still solid. Sagging in the middle, leaning a little like an old man who never stands quite straight. The roof held. The back wall was solid. The floor was dry. Out front, a ring of stones, charred, blackened, half sunken into moss. If anyone had used the fire pit recently, it didn't show. The river nearby barely moved, just a slow trickle over smooth stone, no more than ankle deep. We dropped our packs, stretched, and looked around. No animals. No tracks. Just us and the shelter. Inside, there was almost nothing. A flat platform for sleeping. Some old nails in the wood where people might have hung gear. And in one corner, nearly hidden where the floor met the back wall, was a notebook. Just a simple one. Lined pages, thick cardboard cover. The name of the shelter written in marker across the front. The ink had bled, turned gray over time. I opened it, expecting what most hikers leave behind. Trail names, scribbled notes about weather or gear, maybe a bad joke or a warning about bees. Instead, there was only one name written at the top of the first page. One name and a date. The date was yesterday. That hit me in a strange way. I looked around again. No boot prints in the mud. No scorched wood in the fire ring. No bent branches. No moved rocks. It all looked untouched. Empty. I showed it to Ellis. He shrugged and gave me a look like I was reading too much into it. Could have been a pro, he said. Somebody who knows how to move light. No trace. Could be out here every week and you'd never know. I nodded, but the pit in my stomach didn't go anywhere. We made a fire with what dry wood we could find. It caught quick and burned low. Ellis pulled out dinner dehydrated rice and beans. Tasted fine if you didn't think about the texture. We didn't talk much while we ate. Just listened. There wasn't much to hear. That silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It had weight, like something was waiting. When the fire started to die, Ellis laid out in the shelter. I set up my tent off to the side between the trees, zipped up, rolled into my bag, and told myself I was tired enough to sleep through anything. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I heard a sound that tore straight through whatever dream I'd been in. Crack. Loud, hard, sharp enough to make my heart punch upward into my throat. It wasn't thunder, wasn't a tree falling. It sounded close. Then it came again. Crack. Wood hitting wood, like someone slamming a thick branch against a trunk. Paused. Then again. Controlled. Deliberate. Then silence. No footsteps. No animal noises. Nothing. I didn't move. Not a muscle. Not a muscle. Just stared up into the black dome of my tent, breath shallow, hands curled into fists. I waited. Nothing. Eventually, I passed out again. Not from comfort, but because my body couldn't hold the tension anymore. When I unzipped the tent the next morning, the world looked normal. Blue sky. Mist lifting off the river. Birds chirping finally. Ellis sat on the edge of the shelter, tying his boots like it was just another Saturday. While he started the stove, I walked over to check the notebook. It wasn't where I left it. Instead of being tucked in the corner, it was right in the center of the shelter floor. Open. Like someone had been flipping through it. I bent down, picked it up, and felt something in my stomach turn cold. The first page no longer had just one name. It had dozens. Names, dates, little notes, different handwriting, some neat, some messy. Some entries written over others, like people had signed on top of each other. It looked like a book that had been used for years. But I know what I saw. The night before, there was only one name. I was sure of it. I brought it outside and handed it to Ellis. He didn't say anything at first, just stared at the pages. Then he cleared his throat and said, maybe we hadn't looked closely. Maybe we'd flipped past the earlier pages without realizing. Maybe we were tired. But I watched him flip through that notebook and I saw the tension in his jaw. He didn't believe what he was saying. He just didn't want to say what he really thought. I told him about the cracking sound. He didn't react right away. Then he said it was probably a bear, just a bear. Then he stood up and started packing, fast. He didn't ask if I wanted breakfast, didn't say we should take our time. We were gone within 15 minutes. The trail back felt different. Less like a hike and more like a push. Like something behind us wanted us out. Neither of us talked much. We didn't stop to rest, just moved. When we hit a more traveled section of trail, where we started seeing boot prints again and heard voices in the distance, it felt like surfacing after being underwater too long. I haven't gone back to that area since. Don't even look at that part of the map anymore. My shift at the ranger station ended right around sunset. Instead of clocking out and heading home like I was supposed to, I just kept walking. That night, I wasn't planning anything dramatic. I had my usual stuff, half-smashed protein bar, flashlight, water bottle, extra socks stuffed down into the bottom of the bag. And my map, folded and creased like always. Not that I ever really opened it. The paper had more mileage from being packed and unpacked than actually read. The plan, if you could even call it that, was just to walk. Shake off the tension I'd been carrying all week. Sometimes, that's all it takes. A few miles under my boots, nothing but leaf litter and solitude. I started out on Hemlock Ridge Trail. I know every curve of it. 2 miles of switchbacks that hug the line of the ridge. I've done it enough times I could walk it blindfolded. I was halfway through the first mile when I caught a glimpse of a narrow path off to the right. It wasn't marked. Barely more than a faint depression in the leaves, probably a deer trail. I followed it, not because I was feeling adventurous. Honestly, I just wanted to be alone in a way that even trails can't give you. Those animal paths, the ones that crisscross the hillsides like little veins, those are the places no one else bothers with. You can walk for hours without seeing another person. This one curved down through thick oak and spruce. Within 10 minutes, I'd lost all sense of where the sun had gone. The trees swallowed it up fast, and the air shifted cooler. heavier. I could still see, but just barely. I thought about pulling out the flashlight but decided against it. Part of me didn't want to break the atmosphere. I told myself I knew the terrain well enough. Then the trail bottomed out into a hollow I didn't recognize. That was the first red flag. I know these woods. I grew up near them. I've worked these trails every summer for the past 5 years, but I couldn't place this spot. The terrain just didn't match anything I remembered. A narrow creek ran through it. Shallow, quiet, threading through a long bed of stones. At first glance, that didn't seem unusual, but the longer I stood there, the more it bugged me. The rocks weren't scattered like creek stones usually are. They were laid out, lined up side by side like someone had arranged them. Long, straight rows. It didn't look natural. I crouched and touched one. It felt weirdly brittle, and when I pressed my thumb to the edge, it crumbled like old brick. Dusty and dry, even with the creek water lapping nearby. Now, I've seen remnants of old settlements out here before. Foundations swallowed by moss, chimneys left standing like crooked teeth. It's not uncommon. So I tried to tell myself that's all it was, just another forgotten place sinking back into the woods. But then I kept walking. The rocks started bending, curving, not the way ruins decay. These weren't broken by time or weather. They formed deliberate arcs. The lines of stones swooped around me in wide, unnatural spirals, with sharp turns that didn't make sense for any structure I've ever seen. It was like someone had tried to draw something across the forest floor, except they used stone and space instead of ink. Too intentional. Too geometric. I started counting my steps, partly to stay grounded. 10, 15, 15, 20. At 30, the creek twisted hard left in a way that didn't match its earlier flow. It should have continued straight. I stopped cold, looking around, suddenly unsure if I could even backtrack. When I turned to retrace my steps, the stones weren't where they had been. They'd shifted. The lines were wrong now. They didn't bend the same way, didn't connect the same corners of the hollow. I scanned for landmarks, trees, anything but the woods. All looked the same. Worse than that, the ground itself seemed different. The way the roots rose, the slope of the hollow, it had changed under my feet. I stood there, breathing through my nose, trying not to panic. My heart wasn't pounding, not yet, but I felt this pressure creeping in. Like something was watching the space around me. The kind of sensation you don't shake by being rational. I called out. Just a simple, hello, hoping honestly that I'd hear someone else. Another hiker. Anything. But my voice didn't bounce. It didn't carry. The trees swallowed it whole, leaving nothing behind. No echo. Just silence. I pulled out the flashlight and turned it on. The beam cut through the din like a blade, catching water and slick moss. I swept it over the creek bed, slow and careful. And that's when I saw the footprints. Bare feet, big ones, wide and heavy. The toes splayed out like whoever left them hadn't worn shoes in a long, long time. The mud around them was still wet, like they'd just been made. I leaned closer, following the trail as it wound down the bank and along the waterline. I told myself someone might be hurt, maybe lost. Someone barefoot this far from the trails? That's not normal. That's the kind of thing you report. So I followed. The mud sucked at my boots as I walked beside the prints. For a minute, there were two sets of tracks in the beam of my light mine and theirs. Then, suddenly, the barefoot tracks turned sharp across the creek and ended mid-step. No splash, no landing mark on the other side, just one last footprint in the middle of the creek bed, then nothing. The mud was still soft, still holding that last shape, but there was nowhere else for the tracks to go. It was like the earth had decided no more. I stood frozen. The beam from my flashlight shivered in my grip. I wasn't cold, but every inch of my skin felt alert, tight, and buzzing. Then the trees shifted. It wasn't wind. I would have heard that. It was the way the trunks leaned, ever so slightly, like they were closing in, like they were trying to block my path back. Roots stretched over the ground in places I swore had been clear a minute earlier. The path behind me was gone. I turned slowly, sweeping the flashlight back across the creek. And that's when the beam caught something. A figure, kneeling, right at the water's edge. Shoulders hunched, head bent low, both arms buried up to the wrists in the stream like they were searching for something in the current. The body shook, not with cold, but like it was straining. Tensed, my throat dried up, but I still managed to speak. Just one word. Hello? The figure lifted its head, and I swear to you, it was me. Same jacket, same mud-streaked pants, same face. Except the eyes were hollow. Not just blank, but scooped out. The face looked right, but it felt wrong. Like someone had copied me without understanding how a face is supposed to work. Its lips moved, shaping words I couldn't hear. Like the sound had been stolen before it reached me. I took a step back. The figure did too, mirrored me perfectly. When I raised my light slightly, it started to rise, pushing off the creek bed as if it planned to stand and follow. That was all I needed. I killed the light, turned, and bolted. Branches whipped my face. Thorns tore at my sleeves. The incline felt endless, but I climbed anyway, not caring where I was going, just away. My lungs burned, and my thighs screamed, but I didn't stop until the ground leveled out again. That's when I saw it. A wooden sign, plain and weathered. A painted arrow pointing toward the ranger station, the trail I knew, the real trail. I nearly collapsed. It looked so, normal, just a regular piece of trail signage sitting where it always had been, like the whole thing hadn't happened. I didn't slow down, didn't drink water, didn't touch the map. I just walked, fast and straight, eyes locked on the dirt path until I reached the station and slammed the door behind me. My cousin Milo and I had been invited to spend a long weekend at a cabin way out in the Briar Ridge Mountains. One of Milo's old college friends, Gavin, had scored it through some family connection. His uncle's co-worker, or some random friend of a friend situation. No one really knew who the place belonged to. Gavin just said it was fine to use, as long as we cleaned up and didn't break anything. I figured that meant it was going to be bare bones. But that was kind of the appeal. The plan was nothing special. Some hiking, a little fishing, a few beers by the fire at night. That kind of low-effort, do-nothing weekend sounded perfect after a month of part-time jobs and community college classes. Honestly, I was more excited about having no cell service than anything else. I didn't realize how far off-grid we were going until we were already deep in it. The drive was longer than expected, probably 5 hours total. The last hour was just us inching along narrow, twisting roads that climbed higher into the mountains than I'd ever been. No guardrails, no streetlights, no other cars. Trees packed in on either side like walls. Every turn felt like it could drop us into a ravine. I kept checking my phone out of habit until I gave up completely. No bars, no GPS, just blank maps and silence. By the time we reached the cabin, it felt like we'd passed an invisible line, leaving the real world behind us. It sat at the edge of a clearing. Nothing fancy, just a simple one-story wooden cabin with a small front porch, a tin roof, and a pile of chopped wood stacked neatly by the door. Inside, there was one big open room, a loft above with a couple of thin mattresses, and a small kitchen with a propane stove that looked untouched for years. No running water. A hand pump out front. An outhouse set so far from the cabin it felt like a cruel joke. Milo laughed about it, but I was already picturing that walk in the middle of the night. What stuck out the most were the windows. They were bare. No blinds, no curtains, not even an old towel tacked up. At night, with lanterns on or the fire burning, you'd be completely lit up inside. A fish tank with eyes pointing out, and anyone or anything could look right in. Still, the first night went just as you'd expect. Hot dogs on sticks, cards on the floor, lukewarm beer until the fire burned low. Then sleep. I drifted off to a silence so heavy it felt unnatural. No crickets, no distant road noise. Nothing but trees and that cold mountain stillness. The next morning, things started feeling off. I stepped out to pump water and noticed boot prints in the dirt, not ours. These were deeper, wider, with different tread. They circled the cabin twice. A full loop around, then again. They stopped at the edge of the clearing where the outhouse path began, then disappeared into the woods. No return tracks, no tire marks, just slow, deliberate loops, then gone. When I showed Milo, he shrugged, said it was probably a hunter, but the nearest road was miles away, and we hadn't passed another car. It didn't sit right with me, but I didn't say more. I didn't want to sound paranoid on the second day. That afternoon, we went hiking, followed a deer trail up the ridge. No destination, just wandering. After an hour, we stopped cold. A tree. The bark stripped in a clean oval, 3 feet tall, a foot wide. In the center, a bent, rusted nail hammered in like a hook, fresh curls of wood still on the ground. Milo joked about bored kids or weird mountain rituals, but he didn't touch the tree. Didn't even look at it for long. He just walked on, faster than before. That night was when things really turned. Sometime after midnight, I woke up. No sound, no dream, just the sudden, jarring sense of being yanked out of sleep. I sat up, still half asleep, then I heard it. The screen door. Thin, tinny metal slapping the frame. Not once, over and over. Opening, swinging shut, then opening again. I grabbed my flashlight and climbed down the ladder. The main door was locked, but the screen hung wide open, swaying. And on the glass, right at eye level, was a handprint. Muddy, clear, deliberate. The fingers were long and evenly spaced, not a smudge, not an accident. Pressed flat, as if to make sure we saw it. I didn't sleep again that night, just lay in my bag, flashlight in hand, staring at the ceiling until dawn. The next morning, Milo came clean. He said he hadn't slept much since we got there. The night before, while I was asleep, he heard whistling outside. Low. Steady. Circling the cabin like someone pacing. He hadn't told me, because he didn't want to freak me out, but after the handprint, it all felt too real. That afternoon, we tried to shake it off. Walked down to the creek. Skipped rocks. Tried to act normal. But when we came back, something new was inside. The firewood was gone from beside the stove. Then we saw it, in the middle of the floor. The logs had been stacked into a perfect square. 4 sides. Sharp corners. A box with no lid. Nothing else touched. Just that box, waiting. We didn't joke about it, didn't talk. Just stared. And that night, we barely slept. We agreed to leave first thing in the morning. Packed most of our things before bed. But when we reached the road, a tree blocked it, not a branch. A full-grown tree, solid across the entire lane. No chainsaw marks. No broken trunk nearby. It looked dragged there, or worse, dropped from the sky. No tools, no service. No way around. We turned back, locked the cabin, and waited. That third night was the worst. We stayed in the loft, whispering, barely moving. Around 2, we saw it, a light in the woods. Faint, bobbing like someone carrying a lantern. It moved smoothly between the trees, not jerky like a flashlight. Deliberate. I wanted to believe it was another camper, but there were no trails that way, no campsites. No reason for anyone to be out there. The light circled wide, then drew closer. It paused at the edge of the clearing, far enough that we couldn't see the person holding it if there was one at all. Then it blinked out. Gone. We held our breath. Then came the tapping. Soft, slow, on the wall below. 1, 2, and then silence. Then scraping, dragged around the outside of the cabin. A full circle, and it stopped at the door and stayed there. We didn't move, didn't speak, just waited, frozen, until the sky lightened and the sound stopped. When we opened the door that morning, the prints were everywhere, surrounding the cabin. Some boots, some barefoot, some too small for an adult, and others I still don't know. Odd shapes pressed into the dirt, twisted and misshapen, all leading back into the woods. The tree in the road was gone. No branches, no bark, just bare dirt where it had been. We didn't waste time, grabbed what we could carry, left fast, kept looking over our shoulders. I expected to see that light, or someone standing at the tree line watching, but nothing came. Eventually, we flagged down a logging truck, got a ride back into town. We didn't talk the whole way. I was between semesters, had nothing else planned, and part of me thought it might be nice to disconnect for a while. We kept our gear minimal, but enough to last. Tents, sleeping bags, a tiny stove, and way too many granola bars. We left the car parked off a narrow gravel road and followed a path that grew thinner and less worn the farther we went. Drew liked going off the usual routes. He claimed the deeper you went, the more peaceful it got. And sure, it was quiet. A kind of quiet that doesn't really exist anywhere else. You start to hear your own breath like it's something foreign. We made it to a clearing by late afternoon, a small grassy patch between thick stands of pine. It was kind of perfect. Flat ground, decent cover, and just far enough off the trail that we wouldn't be bothered. We set up the tents, got a small fire going, cooked a couple freeze-dried meals that tasted like salty cardboard, and sat around talking until the sky went black. There was something oddly comforting about the way the fire flickered against the trees. It felt safe. That first night, though, I just couldn't sleep. I'd close my eyes and drift off, but every time I did, I jolted awake a few minutes later. No sound, no animals rustling, just this sense that something had shifted slightly outside the tent, like someone had adjusted something by a hair. Too subtle to notice, but enough to throw my brain off. I lay there with my ears straining, but there was nothing. Just silence so thick it started to feel like pressure. Not noise, but presence. By morning, my limbs were heavy and my thoughts fuzzy. I didn't say anything to Drew, just made a weak joke about the mountain air kicking my ass. He was chipper, totally unfazed, and clearly slept great. I told myself it was nerves, or maybe I just wasn't used to that kind of quiet. The silence back home always has something in it. A car in the distance, a fridge humming, something. Out here, there was nothing. The second night is when things started to tilt. I remember zipping myself into my tent, pulling the bag up over my shoulders, and staring at the ceiling for a long time. Next thing I knew, I was outside, barefoot, standing in the middle of the clearing. The ground was cold and damp under my feet. My arms were loose at my sides, and I was facing the tree line like I'd been waiting for something to emerge. My breath came in sharp bursts like I'd just run, but I couldn't remember moving at all. Behind me, the tent flap was zipped shut. Drew was still asleep. The weirdest part? I didn't panic. Not at first. I just stood there trying to make sense of it. My mind was foggy, like waking from a deep sleep and forgetting where you are. Eventually, I turned, opened the flap as quietly as I could, and slid back inside. I lay there with my eyes wide open for hours, waiting for something else to happen. By sunrise, the whole thing felt dreamlike. The edges of the memory were already smudging, like they'd been touched too many times. Still, I didn't bring it up to Drew. He would have laughed or explained it with some boring psychological theory. I figured it was probably just sleepwalking. I used to do that as a kid, so maybe it was a one-time thing. That third night, though, something was different. The dread started before the sun even set. Nothing had happened yet, but I was already tense, like my skin was too tight. Everything Drew said felt distant, like I was hearing him through a wall. We ate quietly, poked at the fire, and eventually crawled into our tents. I left the lantern right next to me and kept my hand on it. I wasn't planning to turn it off. Every sound outside felt amplified. Leaves shifting, the creak of a branch overhead. I told myself it was nothing, just woods doing wood things, but I couldn't get comfortable. I kept thinking about how I'd ended up outside the night before with no memory of it. What if it happened again? What if this time I didn't come back? At some point, I sat up and unzipped the flap a few inches. I swept the lantern's light across the clearing, over the tree trunks. Nothing. No shapes. No glowing eyes. Just stillness. Still, I left the lantern on. Screw wasting the batteries. I needed the light more than logic. I must have drifted off eventually. But when I woke up, everything was black. The lantern was off. And I hadn't touched it. I reached for it instinctively and knew right away it was dead. Ice cold. Like it had been off for a long time. I blinked a few times, trying to adjust, but there was no light. Not even the moon cutting through the thin fabric of the tent. And then I saw the shape. At first, I thought it was just the fabric shifting. But it wasn't. The back wall of the tent was bending inward slightly, stretched tight around something pressing from outside. A head, shoulders, leaning in, silent. I didn't move. I couldn't. My chest locked up and my mouth stayed clamped shut. Even though I wanted to scream, my body refused. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears, like a drumbeat I couldn't outrun. Then the sides of the tent caved in a little. Left, Right. More shapes pressing in. Still silent. Still unmoving. Like they were just watching. I don't know how long I sat there, paralyzed. Time felt stuck, like it wasn't passing at all. Eventually, instinct took over. I grabbed the zipper and tugged. It jammed. Of course it did. My hands shook so badly I could barely grip it, but I yanked harder and finally it gave. The flap flew open and I bolted. Barefoot, no light, just running. The cold ground tore at my feet, sharp twigs snapping under me as I sprinted across the clearing. Drew sat up groggily, mumbling something I couldn't hear. I didn't stop. I couldn't. My legs just kept going, like they had a mind of their own. I don't even remember which trail I followed. I just kept pushing forward, ducking under branches, stumbling over roots, lungs on fire. I thought I might pass out. The only thing keeping me upright was pure panic. Somewhere down the trail, deeper than I realized I'd gone, I saw light breaking through the trees. Headlights. A truck moving slowly. I don't know how I stayed upright long enough to reach it. I stumbled out of the brush, waving my arms, shouting something, I don't even remember what. The ranger slammed the brakes, jumped out of the cab, and caught me before I collapsed. He looked at me like I just crawled out of a wreck, which, honestly, is how I felt. He didn't ask many questions, just helped me into the truck and gave me a bottle of water. I sat there trembling, hands clenched tight in my lap, trying not to throw up. Back at the station, I stayed outside on a wooden bench while they figured out what to do with me. I refused to go back up. Drew had to pack everything alone. I didn't care. I wouldn't step foot past the tree line again, not even to help. He was frustrated when he came back, confused. But when I actually told him, what I'd seen pressing into the tent, how many of them there were, how still and patient they were, his face changed. He didn't argue, didn't joke, just nodded once and never brought it up again. We drove back in silence. I've never gone camping since. That summer, I stayed with my Uncle Darren at his place, way out in the Appalachian Mountains. It was in a part of Western Virginia that barely made it onto the map. No joke, if you typed his address into GPS, it gave up and dropped the pin somewhere in Tennessee. It was that remote. The house sat perched on a rise, set back from a rutted dirt road that twisted through the valley like it was trying to get lost on purpose. The forest didn't just surround you. It closed in, like it had grown around the house on purpose, trying to reclaim it. Uncle Darren wasn't the chatty type. Ex-military, gray buzz cut. Called coffee, go juice. He lived alone, mostly kept to himself. Every so often, he'd invite me out to help around the property. He was getting older, and his knees weren't what they used to be, so I was basically there as free labor, chopping wood, patching fences, keeping the generator running when the power blinked out, that kind of thing. Honestly, I didn't mind. It gave me something to do, and I liked being out there, at least at first. But the evenings were something else entirely. Once the sun dipped below the tree line, the silence got thick. It wasn't just the absence of cars or city noise. It was this total stillness. No wind, no rustling branches, sometimes not even bugs. It was like the woods pressed in tighter at night, like they were holding their breath, listening. Uncle Darren noticed I wasn't used to it. One night after dinner, he looked at me over his mug and said, "Don't wander after dark. Ridge'll eat you alive." I laughed, thinking it was a joke, but he didn't crack a smile. He added, "You think you're going straight, but the land folds on itself. You'll be 20 minutes in and 5 miles from here, headed the wrong way." Then he pointed his fork at me like he was scolding a dog. "And if you do get lost, don't talk to anyone. Just don't. Get back home, no matter what." I nodded like I understood, but I didn't. Not really. That warning came back to me a few days later, when boredom got the better of me. It was early afternoon. I'd finished splitting wood and refilled the water barrels. Uncle Darren had driven into town for supplies. I was sweaty, tired of being cooped up. Behind the house, a narrow trail had been calling to me for days. It wasn't marked or cleared, but something had worn it down. Maybe deer, maybe people, hard to say. It sloped steeply downhill, disappearing into a hollow I hadn't explored yet. So I figured, why not? At first, it felt good to move, The shade cooled my back and the ground was soft under my boots, damp from the creek I could hear trickling nearby. The trail twisted between thick old trees, the kind that looked like they'd been there long before roads or maps. I followed the sound of water until I saw it. A skinny little stream, barely a foot wide, weaving through the rocks. I crouched, splashed my face, and sat there for a minute. Then something shifted. Not visually, audibly. The creek, which had been gurgling loud enough to hear from up the hill, went quiet. Not completely silent, just muffled. Like someone had turned the volume down without telling me. I stood, suddenly aware I hadn't heard a single bird the whole time. Not one call, not one flutter. I brushed my hands on my jeans and turned to head back. That's when I realized I didn't recognize the path. The trail I thought I'd followed had split somewhere behind me. Now there were 2 or 3 options. One curved right, sharper than I remembered. Another had a downed tree across it, fresh, with snapped limbs that hadn't browned yet. I swore there hadn't been a fallen tree there before. A weird little pulse of panic hit me. I picked the one that felt most familiar, even though none of them looked right. I kept moving, faster now, searching for landmarks. An old stump, a patch of ferns, anything. Nothing. Every tree looked like the last. Every bend in the trail was either new or wrong. And then I saw something move. It was quick, like someone stepping behind a tree just as I looked their way. My breath caught. I stared at the spot, waiting. Nothing moved. I kept walking. And then, again. Off to the left this time, a shape. Fast, dark, dark. Gone before I could focus on it. My legs sped up on their own. I wasn't running, not yet. But close. Every step sounded wrong, too soft, like the forest was dampening my movement. The pressure in the air grew heavier the farther I went. My ears started to ring. Sweat slid down my back, and not just from the heat. Then, finally, I saw it. The yard. Uncle Darren's shed, the woodpile, the gravel drive. Relief hit me so fast I nearly laughed. But something was off. The house looked wrong. The curtains were drawn, but not the way they had been. The living room curtains were yanked shut unevenly. The porch light wasn't on. And the rocking chair, a beat-up old thing that never moved unless someone sat in it, was swaying back and forth. Slow. Rhythmic. There was no wind. I climbed the steps, heart thudding harder than it had when I was lost. I opened the screen door and stepped inside. "Uncle Darren," I called out. Nothing. The lights were off. The house was darker than it should have been. Even the kitchen, where he always left the lamp on, was dim. I walked to the landline, picked it up, pressed it to my ear. Dead. I glanced up at the clock. 7:30. I stared at it like it had insulted me. No way. I left around 1:15 tops. I wasn't gone more than an hour, maybe 90 minutes. There was no way it was already evening. That's when the knock came. 3 knocks. 3 knocks. Firm, slow, deliberate. I flinched so hard the phone slipped from my hand. Out here, no one knocks. People either call from the driveway or come around back and holler. Nobody just shows up at the front door. I edged over to the window and pulled the curtain back just a sliver. There was a boy standing on the porch rail, not the porch. The rail. He stood there like it was perfectly normal. Balanced. Arms dangling at his sides. Head bowed so low his chin touched his chest. I didn't know him. Then he spoke. "I need to come inside. Let me in." His voice didn't sound like it belonged in that place. No twang, no local drawl. Just flat. Empty. Like Siri trying to pass as human. I stood frozen. Then I blurted, I'll get my uncle. He's just... The boy didn't move. He didn't look up. He just said, slower this time, like he had all the time in the world, "No, that won't work. I need to come in." My hands went cold. I backed away from the window. Then I turned and bolted down the hallway. The back bedroom door slammed shut behind me. I locked it, pushed the dresser in front of it, sat on the floor, heart racing so hard I could barely hear anything over the thump in my chest. He didn't follow. No more knocking. No footsteps on the porch. Just silence. Eventually, I crept to the window and peeked through the curtain. He was still there, now sitting, still on the rail, legs dangling, perched like some kind of crow. And this time, his head was up. He was looking straight at me. His eyes, if you can call them that, were solid black. Not just dark. Black. No whites, no pupils. Just flat, endless pits. I stumbled back from the window so hard I knocked over the nightstand. I didn't scream, couldn't. But I crouched on the floor, hands over my face like a kid hiding from a nightmare. I stayed like that until I heard gravel crunching under tires. Uncle Darren's truck. I ran. I threw the door open and grabbed him before he'd even shut the door. I tried to explain, but nothing came out right. I said something about a boy, about eyes, about getting lost. He just stared at me, then looked around the porch. It was empty. The rocking chair sat still. The rail was bare. He didn't say much, just put a hand on my shoulder and said, "Stick close to the house from now on." I did. I never went back down into that hollow. I'm 41 years old, and for as long as I can remember, I was convinced there wasn't a square foot of these hills that could still catch me off guard. I grew up out here, in all that tangle of ridges and gullies. But it turns out there are things you don't learn until you're standing right in front of them. My uncle owns a stretch of land near the old granite quarry, about 40 minutes outside a little town called Redvale, Tennessee. He bought it in the late 70s, back when the company shut the place down. I was 8 the first summer I spent there. My cousins and I practically lived outside, tearing around those trails, poking sticks into the collapsed shafts, daring each other to step over the rusted rails that still ran into the dark. We'd sit around a campfire, telling each other every rumor we'd ever heard. Workers disappearing underground, voices drifting up through the cracks. Looking back, I don't think we believed any of it. It was just something to make the hair stand up on our necks before we fell asleep in our sleeping bags. Last September, he called me one evening, his voice thin and a little slurred from the stroke he'd had that spring. He asked if I'd come out for a couple days to help clear the main trail before the first freeze hit. He sounded embarrassed to even ask. I said yes so fast he didn't get the chance to finish explaining what needed doing. I guess part of me felt like I owed him more than a weekend's work, and part of me was just tired of sitting in my own living room, thinking too much. Sometimes you get it in your head that being somewhere else will make everything line up again. I left before dawn the next Saturday. The sky was that dull, heavy white that makes it feel like the day never really started. A cold breeze came off the ridge and cut straight through my jacket. I parked by the sagging cattle gate at the base of the road. My breath came out in little clouds while I unloaded my supplies. An old paint can, a hammer, a bundle of rebar stakes, and a roll of that neon orange marking tape that almost hurts to look at. The plan was simple enough. Hike the trail, find the trees that were rotted out or leaning the wrong way, tag anything the loggers should leave alone. It wasn't glamorous work, but it felt familiar. It felt safe. In that way, routines can lull you into thinking nothing unexpected will ever happen again. The first stretch went exactly like 100 trips before it. After a while, the truck disappeared behind me, the trees closed in, and everything got quiet. A good, steady quiet that made me think maybe I'd been right to come out here. I walked for about an hour, stopping every so often to check the trunks for damage and tap in a stake when I found something bad enough to mark. Around the 4th marker, though, I slowed down. Something wasn't matching the map I carried in my head. There was supposed to be a fork in the trail after this big hollow poplar. It led up to an overlook where you could see the quarry pond shimmering in the sun if you were lucky enough to catch a clear day. Only when I reached the poplar, there was nothing. No split in the road, no signpost half buried in weeds. Just a long, straight stretch of trail that looked like it went on forever. I stood there, shifting my pack on my shoulders, trying to convince myself I'd just remembered it wrong. I turned in a slow circle, looking for anything familiar. A crooked birch, an old chunk of concrete, a piece of the fence that sometimes washed down in the rain. But it was all just the same trees in every direction. I kept moving, telling myself the fork was farther ahead. After 20 minutes, my legs started to feel heavy. My chest tightened up like I'd been hauling a load of bricks uphill. I stopped, bent over, and tried to catch my breath. My pulse thumped hard against my temples. I couldn't shake the feeling that the trail had stretched itself out, adding distance every time I blinked. That's when I saw the footprints. I nearly stepped in them. They were right in the middle of the trail. Clear, deep impressions in the damp dirt. At first I thought it was a black bear, maybe a big one. But the shape wasn't right. I crouched down, trying to make sense of it. Wide, human toes. No sign of shoes. The prints started out of nowhere, like the person had just appeared and stood there for a while, toes digging in. I touched the edge of one to see if it would crumble. It didn't. The dirt was still moist and soft, as if the weight had only been lifted minutes before I arrived. I swallowed and the taste in my mouth turned sour. I tried to picture a hiker, somebody wandering off trail. But I'd been coming out here for decades. I'd never seen footprints like that. I decided that was enough for one day. I turned around, fully expecting to see the curve in the road leading me back to the gate. But the trail behind me looked just as wrong. I started walking faster. Every landmark I thought I recognized. This crooked birch, that fallen log, showed up again and again in places they didn't belong. Like the woods were shuffling themselves around behind my back. When I stopped to catch my breath, I finally heard it. Footsteps. Not loud, just slow and steady, crunching along the edge of the brush. They didn't gain on me, but they didn't fall behind either. I stood perfectly still, trying to listen. My heart was beating so hard it blurred the sounds. I thought maybe I was imagining it, maybe I'd stepped on something and the echo had bounced back. But when I shifted my weight, the footsteps moved again, matching my pace like a mirror. I cleared my throat and called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Hello? You need help or something?" No answer. Just that same measured sound, sliding over the dead leaves. By now, the light was thinning out. The trees threw these long, crooked shadows across the trail. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, I half expected to see someone standing there, watching me. My tongue felt dry as a bone. I forced myself to keep moving. My boots made small puffs of dust that drifted in the fading light. My throat was so tight it hurt to swallow. Then I rounded a bend, and there he was. He stood by the last stake I'd hammered in. His body looked too long somehow, like he'd been stretched out. His shoulders were slumped, as if carrying something that weighed more than he could hold up. His shirt was faded and torn in places. His jeans were soaked to the knees, though the ground under him was dry as a bone. He raised one hand, palm out, then he pressed it flat against his chest. I don't know why, but that was worse than if he'd run at me, like he was offering something or asking me to take it. I tried to say something, anything, but my mouth wouldn't cooperate. My legs felt like they'd turned to cement. He took a step closer. I looked down and saw the bottoms of his feet, black with mud, smeared with streaks of something dark. I refused to let my mind put a name to it. I don't know how long we stood like that, staring at each other. My thoughts shrank down to one desperate instinct: leave now. I stumbled backward, my heel smacking into the paint can. The lid popped off and a bright splash of orange spread across the trail. He stopped and stared at it like it was some kind of sign. Then he crouched, dipped 2 fingers into the paint, and dragged a thick line across his palm. He lifted his hand, showing me what he'd done. That broke whatever held me frozen. I turned and ran. My heartbeat filled my ears, louder than my own breath. Every twig that cracked behind me sounded like someone closing in. I don't remember the last part of the trail. One second I was running, the next I was at the truck, gasping for air. I clambered onto the tailgate, nearly slipped on my own gear, and finally yanked the door open. My hands were shaking so hard it took 3 tries to get the key in the ignition. When I looked back, he was standing in the middle of the trail, his hand still raised, orange paint dripping off his fingers. He didn't move as I slammed the truck into reverse. I didn't ease off the gas until the gravel gave way to pavement. I drove straight to my uncle's place. When he opened the door, he didn't even ask why I was back so early. He just looked at me, his mouth working like he wanted to say something but couldn't make the words come out. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I shut my eyes, I saw that paint-smeared hand rising up in the dark. It's been almost a year, and I haven't set foot past that cattle gate again. I'd picked up the survey job from a woman named Carol at the Meeker County Historical Society. She wore these thick glasses and kept peering over them at me, like she was trying to figure out if I was serious about wanting the work. The truth is, I wasn't that serious. I just needed to cover my rent for October, and she needed someone willing to haul a camera up an overgrown trail. She barely looked at my resume before shoving a manila folder into my hands and muttering something about grant money running out. She told me all I had to do was hike up to the site, snap photos of whatever structures were still standing, jot down a few GPS coordinates, and bring it all back before the end of the week. It sounded like the definition of easy. That morning, I parked my car in the lot behind the ranger shed and double-checked my gear. 2 extra batteries for the GPS unit, a notebook, a backup flashlight, and enough trail mix to last me 12 hours if something went wrong, which of course I was sure it wouldn't. I locked the car and started up the trail, telling myself it would be no different than any other hike I'd done around the Appalachians. Just trees and old boards, and maybe a raccoon or two rooting around. For the first hour, that's exactly how it felt. The trail twisted back on itself again and again, tight switchbacks that left my calves burning. Runoff had carved gullies through the clay, and I kept sliding a little every time I put my weight down. Every so often I'd see a crushed water bottle wedged between roots, or a strip of caution tape tangled in the brush, fluttering when the wind picked up. It was warm, too warm for October. Every time I stopped to drink, sweat would cool on the back of my neck and make me shiver. I remember thinking if I timed it right, I could be back in town by late afternoon, maybe even get a sandwich and brag to Carol about how fast I'd finished. Right after the 2nd mile marker, the trail leveled out on a narrow ledge. When I looked out over the valley, I could see the line where the trees ended and the fields began. It should have been pretty, but that's when I noticed something that didn't sit right. The trees ahead were lined up so straight it looked like they'd been planted in perfect rows, equal distance between every trunk. No underbrush, just clean lines of bark and dirt like someone had taken a ruler to the forest. I took a photo just to prove to myself it was real, jotted down the time, tried to laugh it off. I kept walking. After the ledge, the trail narrowed to barely a boot width across. The ground changed too. It was soft under my steps, spongy in a way that reminded me of peat bogs I'd read about but never seen. I pressed my palm into it, half expecting water to seep up, but the dirt was bone dry. When I pulled my hand back, it was stained this dark brown color, almost black in the deeper cracks. It looked like something you'd scrape out of the bottom of a clogged sink. I wiped it on my pants and told myself it was just old runoff, minerals, whatever. The first shack showed up around a bend I nearly missed, hidden behind a curtain of black spruce so dense I had to shoulder my way through. From a distance, it looked like the roof was about to give up and slide off the walls. The whole building leaned hard to the left and the doorway was dark except for something hanging just inside. I thought maybe it was a piece of canvas or a broken rafter. Then it shifted, a slow, careful sway like someone had brushed past it. My mouth felt dry all of a sudden. I waited a minute, watching. Nothing else moved. I took a few steps closer, just enough to see it was an old feed sack nailed by one corner. I laughed under my breath, more relief than amusement. It's strange how your brain jumps to the worst possible conclusion. I circled the shack, counting every board still clinging to the frame. Each window was black, the glass either gone or so caked in grime it didn't matter. I tried shining my flashlight through a crack. The beam just stopped, swallowed by darkness that felt thicker than air had any right to be. I made a note about structural integrity or lack thereof and kept climbing. That's when I found the footprint. It wasn't on the main trail, but cutting across at an angle, pressed so deep into the soft dirt, it looked like it had just been made. Barefoot, toes spread wide, too wide, with a heel that squared off at the end. I crouched to look closer, half hoping I'd see some logical explanation. A trick of erosion, a print from a big animal, but it looked too human for that. And too wrong. The edges were sharp. No leaves drifted over it yet. I stood up fast, wiped my hands on my thighs, even though I hadn't touched anything. I told myself I was going to finish the survey and get out before the shadows started creeping up the ridge. The second shack was higher up, tucked in a little hollow circled by laurel thickets. The upper window glowed with this dull reddish light, pulsing like it was alive. Bright, dim, bright again. I tried stepping to the side to see if it was just the sun hitting old glass, but the glow didn't change, even when I moved left and right. I called out. My voice cracked halfway through the word. No reply. I knew right then I should have turned around, but something about quitting halfway felt worse than pushing on. I stepped onto the porch. The board sagged but held. I nudged the door with the toe of my boot. It swung inward like it had been waiting. Inside, the air felt colder, like a basement that hadn't been opened in decades. The walls were warped planks, their grain split open into jagged ridges. In the middle of the floor sat a single wooden chair, perfectly centered under that pulsing window. A length of rope coiled around the seat, stained the same color as the dirt outside. One end snaked off into the far corner, where the darkness swallowed it. I stood there, trying to make sense of how deliberate it looked. Like someone had set it up for a purpose I didn't want to know. Then I heard the breath behind me, long, careful, almost curious. I spun around so fast my boot skidded on the floor. Nothing, just the doorway gaping open. When I looked back, the rope had uncoiled itself across the planks. The free end pointed right at my feet. My heart started hammering so hard it made my vision go fuzzy. I backed out onto the porch, breathing like I'd run a mile. Outside, the air felt thicker, pressing against my skin. The trail I'd come up on was gone. In its place was a narrow corridor of trees leaning in so close their branches touched over my head. I turned in a slow circle, trying to find anything familiar. Nothing. Every direction looked exactly the same. I picked a path at random. 20 paces in, I stepped right back into the clearing. The chair was still there. The rope lay in the doorway like it had been waiting for me to try again. I pulled out my phone, desperate for a signal. The screen flickered white and died in my hand. I tried yelling. The sound hit the trees and just stopped, like shouting underwater. That's when I saw the footprints again. Same wide toes, same flattened heel. They curved away behind the shack in a neat line. I stood there, unable to move, while my breath rasped too loud in the silence. Eventually, some part of me decided that following the prints was the only thing left to do. They led me to a clearing I hadn't seen on any of the maps. In the middle, the old elevator shaft gaped open, just a ring of rotting beams holding back the earth. A single plank stretched across the opening, wide enough to walk if you were feeling stupidly brave. Near the edge, a wooden stake held another length of rope. The end trailed across the plank like it was waiting. I crouched to look closer. The rope twitched. Just once. That breath came again, right behind me. When I stood up, something stepped out of the trees. It was too tall, shoulders sloped wrong. A strip of canvas hung where its face should have been. No eyes, no mouth, just the blank shape of a head. It lifted a long hand, palm open. An invitation. I took a step back. The plank over the shaft creaked, loud enough to make my chest tighten. And I knew, in that instant, if I didn't leave, it was going to drive me onto that wood until it broke. I turned and ran. Branches clawed at my arms and caught in my hair. The footprints appeared alongside me, each one fresh, matching my pace stride for stride. Then, without warning, the trail reappeared ahead. I didn't question it. I kept running until the trees broke open and I saw my car, the roof shining in the last bit of daylight. I didn't look back. I drove straight to Bellings Hollow and dropped the keys in the Historical Society's mailbox. Left a note that said, "I'm not going back." My uncle's will left me this cabin, so far out in the Birchfield Hills, it felt like the trees had swallowed it up on purpose. You couldn't even see the place from the main road. There was this narrow dirt track off Pinter Road, full of ruts and half-buried stones. If you didn't know exactly where to look, you'd drive right past. That always felt intentional to me, like he didn't want to be found. I hadn't seen him in almost 10 years. The last time was a weird afternoon in late summer. He was sitting on the porch in an old folding chair with a blanket over his knees, staring past me like I was just another part of the woods. His skin looked thin enough to tear, and when he finally spoke, he told me he didn't want company anymore. That was it. No explanation, no polite excuses. After that, he stopped coming to holidays, stopped calling. My mother kept saying his heart was failing, but the way she said it always sounded like she didn't completely believe it herself. The letter from the lawyer showed up in March, folded so neatly it almost felt like a joke. The property was mine now, whether I liked it or not. My mother asked if I'd planned to keep it, and I tried to laugh, but it came out sounding thin. I told her no. I just wanted to clear it out, maybe list it with a local realtor. I thought I could handle it in a weekend if I worked fast. I drove up on a Thursday afternoon. The farther I went, the more the road seemed to vanish behind me, like the trees were closing ranks. By the time I hit that dirt track, the sun was already slipping behind the ridge. The headlights didn't help much. They just bounced off trunks and picked out tangled roots along the edge. The air felt wrong somehow, flat and heavy, as if it had been shut up too long. When the cabin finally came into view, it looked exactly the same as I remembered. Cedar shingles curling off like old bark. The front steps were slumping to one side, and the chimney had so many mismatched repairs it looked like a child's drawing. Every window was covered in yellowed newspaper, edges lifting and curling toward the light. For a second, I just sat there in the car with my hands still on the wheel. It felt like if I blinked, the whole place might vanish. I unlocked the door and hesitated with the key still in the lock. The smell hit me first. Not rotten, but stale and clinging, like the air had been holding on to every breath ever taken inside. I stepped in and switched on the overhead bulb. It flickered hard before it caught, throwing light across the room in jerky pulses. The old sofa sagged under the same plaid blanket. A basket overflowing with unopened mail sat by the cold stove. The strangest thing was a coil of thick rope draped across the armchair. It looked like whoever left it there thought they'd be back any minute. I tried to shake off the unease. He'd been sick. People stop caring about tidiness when they know they're running out of time. That's what I told myself. I dropped my bag by the door and started sorting through the mail, trying to focus on the dates and the piles instead of the smell. That first night, nothing happened. I heated a can of soup on the little propane burner and ate it standing up. Couldn't bring myself to sit. When it got dark, I pulled a quilt out of the bedroom closet and stretched out on the sofa. The springs groaned under me like they didn't want to hold the weight. I must have drifted off eventually because I woke to this soft, regular thumping on the far wall. I stayed perfectly still, not even blinking, listening to that sound. It kept going, steady as a heartbeat. Each thump spaced just far enough apart to make me think it might stop, and then it would start again. When I finally stood up, it stopped all at once. I waited, braced for it to start again, but the silence never broke. I didn't close my eyes again until dawn started crawling across the tops of the trees. The second day was worse. I thought keeping busy would help, but every drawer I opened was worse than the last. There were feathers tied up in neat bundles with fraying twine, old nails sorted into little piles, glass bottles full of something thick and brown. A lot of it looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. Then I found the cabinet. Inside was a small iron key taped to the back wall. It was the only thing that looked new. The metal was clean, edges sharp. I turned it over in my hand and my stomach tightened like I'd swallowed something cold. Down the back hall, there was a door painted the same dull brown as the rest of the wall. I'd never noticed it as a kid. A mop leaned diagonally across it, as if someone had wanted to keep it hidden but didn't try very hard. I moved the mop aside, slid the key into the lock. It turned smoothly. The hinges let out a long groan when I pulled the door open. No windows, a single bulb overhead that stayed dark when I flipped the switch. I turned on my phone's flashlight and swept it across concrete walls. The floor was marked in places with dark stains I didn't want to think too much about. The workbench stretched across the far side. I nearly shut the door again without looking closer. But there was something sitting there, a glass jar sealed with cloudy wax. Inside was a small, perfect white skull, jaw hanging open like it was trying to scream. I set the jar back exactly where I'd found it, shut the door and locked it again, dropped the key into my jacket pocket like it might weigh me down enough to keep me steady. The rest of the day I moved through the house like I was on autopilot. I boxed linens, wiped shelves, kept glancing over my shoulder toward the hall. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to see. That night, I locked every window, sat at the kitchen table long after dark. The stove clicked and ticked as it cooled, sounding too loud in the quiet. Then I heard it, a scraping sound above my head, slow and deliberate. I knew that roof. No attic, no crawl space, nothing should have been up there. The scraping moved along the ceiling until it stopped right above me. My hands shook so badly I could hardly keep my phone from falling to the floor. I backed up until my shoulders hit the wall. I held my breath and waited. Nothing else happened. I didn't move from that spot until morning. When the sun finally rose, I climbed up to the roof. There wasn't a single mark. No broken shingles, no footprints. Just a thin layer of frost catching the pale light. Told myself over and over it must have been an animal. But even while I said it, I knew I didn't believe it. When I went back inside, I reached into my pocket for the key. It was gone. I found it in the center of the living room rug, as though someone had put it there for me to see. I picked it up, and cold spread across my shoulders and down my spine. That afternoon, the woods went so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. No wind, no bird song, just this thick hush pressing in through the windows. I finished packing the last of the boxes, but before I left, I walked down the hall and checked the lock on that door again. I told myself it was just to be sure no raccoon had gotten in, but the truth was I needed to know it was still closed. It was. I tried to sleep again that night on the sofa. For hours, nothing moved. Just before midnight, there was a single knock on the locked door. I sat up so fast the quilt slid to the floor. My mouth went dry. Another knock came, louder. Then a voice, rasping like it hadn't spoken in years. I'm still hungry. I pressed my hand over my mouth, not daring to breathe. The voice came again. You promised. I sat there, frozen, staring into the dark hallway. No third knock, just the quiet, settling like a weight over everything. When dawn started to filter through the edges of the newspaper, I stood up on legs that felt like they might buckle. I left the key on the kitchen counter, locked the front door, walked down the dirt path without glancing back. I'm 42 years old, and I've never lived anywhere except this stretch of mountains where Tennessee and Virginia bump shoulders. My grandfather's buried up on a ridge that catches the last bit of sun every evening, and I figure I'll end up in the same ground sooner or later. Folks here don't uproot easy, even when they probably ought to. There's a kind of stubborn pride about staying put. All my life, I heard stories about McAllister Hollow. My dad called it that patch of land that can't let go. He'd tell me the ridge was older than anything carved on a courthouse record, that it had a long memory for trespassers. He used to lean against the porch rail and say it like he was reciting scripture. I'd pretend to listen, nod along, but mostly I thought he liked the sound of his own voice. It was a Thursday in late October when I finally figured out he hadn't been just talking to hear himself echo off the siding. I've been hauling freight since I was 25. Big stuff, backhoe parts, steel beams, crates of scrap. Anything that pays enough to keep my truck on the road and a roof over my head. That morning, I had a load bound for a salvage yard tucked so far off the county road you could blink and miss the turn. Even the folks who still pretend the yard doesn't exist know where it is. They just won't say it out loud. The last time I'd set foot there, I was 17. My Uncle Kenny was rebuilding the transmission on his old dozer and sent me to pick up parts. I don't remember what we loaded that day. What stuck with me was how the ridge seemed to lean over the yard, like it was studying everybody who stepped inside the fence. I set out before daylight, thinking if I left early enough, I'd be home before the evening chill settled in. It's funny how a place can eat up time when it wants to. I thought I was making good progress, but by the time I hit that gravel track, the sky had already turned that flat, coppery color you get just before dusk. Shadows were spilling out across the road in long streaks that made the ruts look deeper than they were. The first thing that set me on edge was the gate. The fence had sagged off the main post so far, I wondered if it might just topple. The barbed wire that used to crown it had been stripped away, leaving just a few rusted stubs like broken teeth. The chain hung slack, swaying a little, though there wasn't so much as a whisper of wind. I killed the engine and stepped down. My boots made a steady crunch over the gravel as I walked up to the office door. I cupped my hands around my mouth and called out, "Delivery!" My voice didn't bounce back the way it usually did. It felt like it got swallowed up in all that stillness. I tried my phone out of habit, tapping the screen like that would help. No bars. Not even the faintest flicker. Then I saw the plywood nailed across the office window. Someone had slashed big red letters across it, "Stay out after dark." The paint looked too fresh. For half a second I thought it might still be wet. I reached out like I was going to touch it, then stopped when I saw my hand was shaking. I tucked it into my pocket, trying to pretend it was just the cold. I knocked again, harder this time. Nothing. No footsteps, no voices, not even the scrape of a chair moving. I started telling myself maybe the place had finally closed up shop. Maybe some kid from over near Bellamy Ridge thought it would be funny to leave a creepy sign. I nearly talked myself into that story until I heard a single scrape behind me. Just one. Like a boot dragging across gravel. I turned around fast enough my neck twinged. There was nothing but my own trail of prints leading back to the truck. That empty quiet felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me. Waiting. I decided I'd get the crate offloaded, leave the paperwork on the office step, and get back on the main road. I was already picturing the diner in Fairholt, thinking I'd grab a hot sandwich and a coffee before heading home. I popped the trailer latch and eased the last crate down onto the gravel. As I straightened, something pale caught my eye. A square of folded cloth, wedged between the slats. I don't know why I picked it up. Maybe I wanted proof this place wasn't just getting in my head. Maybe I thought it would be something normal. A rag or a scrap of packing material. It wasn't. The cloth was smooth, stitched neat around the edges. Black thread cut a single line across the center. "You're late." I let it fall out of my hand like it was hot. My dad's voice slid back into my head, telling me the Hollow didn't forgive trespass after dark. That it knew which ones of us belonged and which ones didn't. I backed away, careful not to turn my back on the trailer. My heart was beating too hard, making my hands feel unsteady. I had just turned toward the cab when I caught a flicker of movement in the side mirror. Someone standing behind the trailer, bent over, fingertips brushing the wood, like they were reading the crate by touch. Every part of me wanted to keep walking, just climb in, lock the doors, and leave the questions behind. But I couldn't. Some stubborn part of me needed to know who or what was standing there. I called out, voice trying too hard to sound casual. "Hey, you need something?" The figure straightened up, slow, like their bones moved on delay. Even in the half-light, I recognized the slope of the shoulders, the shape of the head. It looked just like Henry Coe. I'd watched them pull his body out of a collapsed mine shaft when I was 20. Henry? My voice scraped up dry. He didn't say anything. He turned his head, and that's when I saw it wasn't Henry, or anybody who'd ever been right in the head or body. All the pieces were there: eyes, nose, mouth, but none of it lined up. The features drooped too far down, like a face pressed into wet clay that never set. The mouth moved, opening and closing, working around words I couldn't hear. I stepped back without meaning to. The figure moved forward in perfect sync, matching my pace. Then the smell hit me. It wasn't rot exactly, more like dirt pulled up from somewhere deep and old, where no light ever reached. I tried to keep my eyes on it while I backed away, but my boot caught the pallet's edge. I hit the gravel flat on my back. The impact knocked the wind out of me so hard I tasted copper. When I looked up, 2 more figures were stepping out from the trees beyond the fence. Same ruined faces, same careful, silent steps. They moved in unison, heads twitching side to side, mouths working like they were chewing words that wouldn't come out. I scrambled up, hands slipping on the stones. My knees nearly buckled under me. The cab felt a mile away. I ran for it anyway, heart hammering. I reached the door, tried the handle. My hand slid off. Once, twice, the third time, it caught, and I wrenched it open. The engine coughed like it was thinking about quitting. For a second, I was sure it would. I risked one last glance in the mirror. All 3 of them were almost to the trailer, moving together, faces tilting side to side, like they were sniffing for me. I floored the pedal. The wheels threw gravel everywhere, and the truck shot forward hard enough my teeth clacked together. I didn't look back, not once. I didn't let myself stop until I reached a speedway station off Route 23, 20 miles out. I left the engine running and sat there, both hands locked around the wheel. The sky turned black in slow motion, and still, I didn't move. Eventually, the clerk came outside. He was young, maybe 19, with a crooked ball cap. He tapped on the glass, leaning close like he was about to ask if I was sick. I tried to explain. My mouth worked, but nothing came out that made sense. In the end, I just shook my head until he walked back inside, giving me that worried look people say for drunks and lunatics. I never went back to McAllister Hollow. The crate stayed right where I left it, manifest, unsigned. I didn't care. Not even a little. The next day, I drove the ridge roads for hours with that cloth folded up in my breast pocket. I couldn't stand how light it felt, like it barely existed. Just before sunset, I pulled over by a gravel turnout. The sky was turning that muddy purple, and for a minute, I thought about throwing the cloth into the trees instead. But that felt like tempting something worse. I laid it on the gravel, struck a match, and touched the flame to the edge. I watched every last thread curl up and vanish. That was the only way I could be sure nothing from that yard would ever follow me home again. Owen and I were up there marking property lines. The county had finally signed off on his permit for a new logging road. He'd been pestering me for weeks to come help, saying it'd just be a couple of hours of tying flag tape and hammering stakes. I figured it was the least I could do, since he'd helped me re-roof my place the year before. It was one of those days when the air feels too thick, like you're breathing through a warm towel. The forecast had promised cooler weather, but by noon it felt more like August than early June. We left the truck parked at the gate where the gravel ended, and I grabbed the canvas bag of stakes while Owen wrestled with his GPS, muttering that the batteries were already half dead. I'd always thought that ridge was just ordinary land. My grandfather hunted there every fall. Dad used to take me mushroom picking along those switchbacks. I remember he'd always whistle the same tune, some old fiddle song, and I'd roll my eyes but secretly feel better hearing it. There was nothing in my memory to suggest that ridge was anything but familiar, maybe a little dull. The first thing that struck me as odd was how the GPS kept cutting out. It would beep once, then freeze mid-corset like it was trying to remember where it left off. Owen smacked the side with the heel of his hand, like that was going to help. I told him he should have splurged on the new model instead of buying this outdated brick secondhand. He shot me a look and didn't bother replying. We decided we'd start laying tape anyway. He'd follow along and update the coordinates when it decided to cooperate. I went ahead, tying red flags and driving stakes every 50 yards. The ground was soft enough that I didn't have to fight the mallet, which was a small mercy. I'd made it maybe 30 yards up the incline when I looked over my shoulder to see if he was catching up. The trail behind me was empty. Figured he'd stepped off behind a poplar to relieve himself. That would have been just like him, disappearing without saying anything. I called out once, trying to keep my voice casual. No answer. I waited, listening. No birds, no insects, nothing. The quiet was so complete it made my ears feel stuffed up, like I'd climbed too fast in an airplane. I tried yelling again, louder this time, but the sound felt muffled, like it got swallowed up a few feet away. That's when I realized I couldn't see any of the flags I'd just tied. I squinted down the trail, thinking maybe the light was playing tricks, but there was nothing. No bright scraps of tape fluttering, no stakes, just undisturbed leaf litter and the same thickets I'd already passed. A sort of hollow feeling opened in my chest. My throat went dry, and I felt this weird itch in my palms, like my hands wanted to do something, anything, but couldn't decide what. I turned in a slow circle, hoping to catch some glimpse of Owen's blaze-orange hat or the glint of the GPS. Nothing moved. Then I saw the footprints. They were pressed deep into the damp soil, too deep for how soft the ground had looked a moment before. The soles were smooth, no tread at all, and they were spaced far apart, like someone had been taking exaggerated strides. I bent to look closer. My skin prickled all over. I don't know why I followed them. It wasn't curiosity. It felt more like the silence itself was pulling me along. Like standing still was somehow more dangerous. The prints curved around a slope of slick boulders, leading me to a wide clearing. I swear it hadn't been there a minute before. It was perfectly round, about 20 feet across. The undergrowth was flattened in a neat pattern, radiating out from the center, not crushed randomly, combed, almost. Right in the middle was a square of canvas with a rusted lantern sitting on top of it. I felt this weird buzzing in the back of my skull, like the first second of a headache. I couldn't seem to look away from that lantern. The soot on the glass was so thick I couldn't see inside, and the handle was polished to a shine, like it had been held 1,000 times. Then Owen's voice came from behind me, only it didn't sound like him. "You're gonna want to see this." It was his words, his tone, or close enough, but each syllable was a little too crisp, a little too careful, like somebody was sounding them out for the first time. I turned around, and there he was, standing at the edge of the clearing. His arms hung straight down, palms facing back. He didn't blink. He didn't shift his weight. He just stood there, completely still, except for one arm lifting in this loose, jointless motion, waving me closer. I tried to swallow. My tongue felt glued to the roof of my mouth. Owen, he didn't answer. He didn't even twitch, just repeated it in that same flat voice. "You're gonna want to see this." I took one step back. He tilted his head in that slow, mechanical way, like a doll someone had propped up. My heart was beating so hard it felt like it might burst. He took one step toward me, a single stride, but it landed exactly on the edge of the trampled grass. His boot toe lined up perfect. I didn't think about it. I turned and ran. Everything blurred together. Saplings whipping across my arms, rocks under my boots. I couldn't feel any of it. The only thought in my head was that if I looked back, he'd be right behind me, moving in that same perfect line. I passed the place where the footprints had been, but the earth was smooth again, not even a dent. My lungs were on fire when I broke through a screen of branches onto the old skid trail. A strip of red flagging tape fluttered from a twig, bright as anything, like the last 20 minutes hadn't even happened. Owen was crouched there, squinting at the GPS with a scowl. His face was red, hair stuck to his forehead. He looked up, startled. "Where the hell did you go?" His voice cracked, but it sounded normal. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. My hands were trembling so bad, I had to shove them in my pockets. "You look like you saw a ghost," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. I just shook my head and told him we needed to leave. My throat was too tight to explain. I kept my eyes on the ground the whole walk back to the truck, because I couldn't risk glancing at the trees and seeing something watching us. That night, I tried to tell him. I described the clearing, the lantern, how he'd spoken to me in that wrong voice. He stared at the table for a long time, then said he hadn't left the trail, that the GPS had frozen for an hour and he'd been calling my name until he gave up and waited. The next morning, we took 3 guys from the survey office back up there. We combed the ridge twice, checking every hollow, but found nothing. I didn't bother arguing. 2 months later, I sold my share of the property to Owen. We didn't haggle. He wrote the check and I signed the papers. The first thing I noticed was how fresh those trail markers looked. Bright blue paint, clean edges. Someone had definitely been out there not long before I showed up. It struck me as strange, considering the place was supposed to be mostly forgotten. I'd been sent to survey this old stretch of land near the Kentucky border, just to double-check the boundaries for a conservation easement. My supervisor, Alan, said nobody had walked those lines in years. He sounded almost proud of that fact, like it proved how thorough our records were. I pulled up next to this sagging gate that looked like it hadn't been latched properly since the 90s. A single loop of baling wire kept it shut, though honestly, you could have sneezed on it and knocked the thing over. I cut the engine and just sat there for a minute, staring out across the brush. The sun was already too high for my liking. I'd planned to start around 8, be back on the road by noon, maybe grab a burger before heading home. But the drive had taken forever. Some closed bridge forced me to detour onto a gravel road with potholes big enough to hide a goat. By the time I climbed out of the truck, I was already thinking about how late I'd get back. Maybe half a mile in, the trail split. One path sloped down into this shallow hollow, while the other carried on straight along the ridge. Both had the same crisp blue paint marks. I dug around in my pack until I found the folded printout of the survey notes. Not one mention of a fork. Nothing about a side trail. Just a line drawing and some vague references to old fence lines. I remember standing there longer than I probably needed to, trying to decide which way felt less wrong. The ridge trail looked clearer, less brush, fewer chances to get tangled up in brambles. I told myself it would probably loop back around and save me some time, so I kept going along the ridge. The trail kept climbing in this steady, annoying way that made my calves start burning. Every so often I'd pass these crooked old fence posts, sunk deep in the dirt. They were spaced almost evenly, about 50 feet apart. Each one had a cracked little plastic tag stapled near the top, bleached almost white by the sun. I stopped to snap pictures of them, partly to prove I was doing my job, and partly to give myself an excuse to catch my breath. The further I went, the thicker the brush got. Low saplings crowded the path, all wiry branches that scratched at my arms and snagged my sleeves. At one point, a thorn hooked into my shirt collar and nearly yanked me off balance. I muttered something under my breath and tried not to think about how many ticks were probably hitching a ride. Eventually, I spotted a shallow trench winding through the leaves ahead. It looked too neat to be just water runoff, almost like a path worn by boots, or something else that knew exactly where it wanted to go. I stopped right there, did a slow circle to see if anyone was around. Nothing. No movement, no voices, not even the usual breeze. The quiet was so complete it felt staged, like someone had flipped a switch and shut everything off. I told myself it was just nerves, just the isolation getting to me. I kept walking. Maybe 20 yards later, I noticed a piece of rusty rebar hammered into the ground off to the right. Someone had tied a plastic grocery bag to the top, and it swayed just slightly when I came closer. There was something small weighing down the bottom. I squatted to untie it. The plastic felt a little greasy under my fingers. Inside was a folded slip of paper. Pale pencil letters spelled out one line: "Stay on the true path." My mouth went dry in an instant. I turned and looked back the way I'd come, hoping to catch a glimpse of the fork. Nothing but trees. I could picture it perfectly, though. The lower trail dipping away, the ridge stretching straight ahead. I refolded the paper and stuffed it back in the bag. For a second, I thought about taking it with me, but I didn't want to break whatever arrangement I'd stumbled into, so I tied it right back where I'd found it. And then I kept going because I didn't see any other good options. After a while, the trail leveled out into a wide patch of bare rock. On the far side, another blue mark was splashed on a tree trunk, half hidden by a drooping branch. I checked my phone for the time. 40 minutes since I'd left the truck. As soon as I stepped back under the trees, the air changed. It felt heavier somehow, like the branches were leaning in closer than they'd been a moment before. I stopped dead. My ears started ringing with this thin, high tone, almost like I'd climbed out of a swimming pool too fast. And there it was again, the same rebar stake, the same plastic bag. I stood there, trying to convince myself it was a different marker. Maybe someone had reused the same bag, but I knew it wasn't. The knot was identical. The way it leaned just slightly to the left was identical. I walked up to it and unrolled the bag again. This time, the slip of paper was blank, just a fuzzy off-white square. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might break a rib. I tied the bag back up and started moving faster, trying not to look anywhere but straight ahead. The slope on my right kept dropping off steeper with every step. I didn't let myself glance down. It felt like if I did, the ground would vanish altogether. Around a bend, the trail curved past a dead tree. The trunk snapped clean through halfway up. Another rebar stake leaned against it, like it had been waiting there, patient as anything. I stood there for a while, telling myself I could turn around, that nothing was stopping me, but the thought of retracing my steps made my skin crawl worse than anything ahead. It felt like I'd signed some invisible contract the minute I stepped past that first fork. I pulled out my phone again. The screen read 2:07 p.m. I tapped it, expecting it to flicker back to normal. Nothing changed. I held the power button, counting out 10 seconds under my breath. Still, 2:07. I didn't look up for a long time, just kept staring at the screen, pretending it was some ordinary glitch and not a sign that the whole place was shifting around me. When I finally lifted my head, I realized there were no more blue marks. No paint, no tags, just the trench in the leaves, running dead straight through the trees. I took a step forward. That was when a voice spoke, low and flat, right over my shoulder. Straight ahead. I didn't turn. I couldn't have turned if I wanted to. My legs felt like they were made of concrete. I took another step because standing still felt worse than anything else. The trench widened as I walked, the edges clean and smooth like it had been carved on purpose. Every few yards I spotted fresh prints. Some were boot treads, some were something else. No pattern I recognized. I kept walking until the ridge narrowed into a ledge of rock. On the far side, a single wooden post stuck up, black and soft with rot. Another folded piece of paper was nailed to it. I didn't want to touch it. My hands felt like they didn't belong to me as I reached out. 2 words in that same faint pencil. Not yet. I don't remember making the choice to leave. 1 second I was staring at those letters, and the next I was turning around, walking back along the trench, my boots scraping through the leaves. The whole time, nothing moved. No birds, no insects, just the silence pressing in from every direction. Like the trees were holding their breath to see if I'd keep going. When I finally reached the fork again, my knees nearly buckled. I braced against the closest fence post and tried to catch my breath. Both trails looked exactly the same. The only difference was a scrap of paper nailed to the nearest post. I unfolded it with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. This way ends. I didn't want to find out what that meant. I took the lower trail without a single glance over my shoulder. Every few steps, I expected to see that same rebar stake waiting for me again. But the path stayed clear. No markers, no voices, just the normal quiet of the woods. I kept walking, faster and faster, until my lungs burned and my breath came in short, ragged gasps. I didn't stop until I saw the sagging gate through the trees. My truck was exactly where I'd left it. I turned the key. The dashboard clock said 5:42 p.m. I didn't bother logging any coordinates. Didn't snap another picture. I just drove straight back to the field office and handed over my report. That old mining road behind my cousin Rick's land in northern Arkansas was the only shortcut I trusted to get into Briar Hollow after dark. Just about everyone in town had some story about it, something they'd glimpsed drifting between the trees, voices calling their names when no one was around, headlights that disappeared halfway up the ridge. But none of it ever bothered me much. I'd been driving that stretch since I was 17. Not once did I break down or see anything stranger than a busted deer carcass. Rick never missed a chance to remind me that if the truck died out there, I'd probably end up spending the night with the critters. He'd say it like he was joking, but then he'd get quiet, like he was remembering something he didn't want to explain. I'd just roll my eyes and tell him gas wasn't free. The long way around added 20 miles, and at the time, I was scraping by with whatever was left after rent and groceries. That evening, I stayed late, closing out the register at the lumber yard. Dennis, my supervisor, had a habit of losing count halfway through a shipment and blaming whoever was still on shift. I ended up stuck at the counter for over an hour, shuffling through paperwork that didn't make sense. By the time he finally signed off and let me leave, my hands were smudged with graphite and the parking lot was pitch black. No moon, no glow from town. Just darkness so thick it felt like it was pressing against the windshield. I climbed into my Silverado, turned the heater on low, and pulled onto that gravel track like I'd done 100 times. I cracked the window an inch, mostly so I wouldn't nod off. The cold air smelled like wet leaves and rust. Maybe a mile or two in, I spotted something up ahead. An old Dodge Ram listing half off the road, back tires sunk into the ditch. One taillight glowed a weak, sullen red. The other was dark. At first, I figured someone had swerved to avoid a deer or just gave up trying to get the truck unstuck. But as I eased closer, I saw the driver's door was standing wide open, the dome light flickering in and out like it was on its last gasp. I slowed to a crawl, leaning over to look inside. No driver, no keys in the ignition. The seat was empty, just a wadded-up fast food bag on the floorboard and what looked like an old denim jacket bunched behind the console. I felt a weird pinch in my stomach. Without thinking, I reached over and thumbed down the lock on the passenger door. I kept rolling forward, telling myself whoever owned the truck probably walked up to one of the old mining houses to call for a tow. The problem was most of those houses were barely standing. Their windows were black holes and the roofs had caved in long before I was born. Nobody I knew lived that far back in the woods. About a mile past the Dodge, my high beam swept over something in the ditch. A man standing with his back to the road. He was facing uphill into the trees, hands dangling at his sides, fingers spread stiff, like he'd forgotten what to do with them. No jacket, no hat. Just a thin white shirt hanging loose against his shoulders, like he hadn't noticed how cold it was. I tapped the horn twice. The sound echoed off the trees. He didn't so much as twitch. I leaned out the window a little, voice louder than I meant it to be. "Hey, you all right?" For a couple seconds, he didn't move. Then his neck started to turn, slowly, like something inside was stuck. Even in the dark, I could tell his head was hanging at the wrong angle. Chin tucked nearly to his collarbone, jaw sagging open like it was held on by a single tendon. The skin on his face was stretched tight and shiny, like it was trying to keep something in. I felt sweat breaking out behind my ears. My hands went numb on the wheel. I didn't say anything else, just slipped the truck into drive and let it roll forward, trying not to look straight at him. When I checked the mirror, he was still staring after me, mouth gaping in that same slack, crooked way. I tried to convince myself he was just high out of his mind. Meth will do things to people you don't want to think about. Maybe he'd wandered off from wherever he lived, and maybe he was too far gone to feel the cold. but I couldn't shake this tight feeling in my chest, like a wire was wrapped around my ribs. About half a mile up the track, the engine sputtered. Once, twice. Then the headlights flickered out, and the dash went black. The truck coasted a little farther in silence before it shuddered to a dead stop. I turned the key. Nothing, not even the polite little click you'd get from a dead battery. A metallic taste crept up the back of my throat. I pulled out my phone and saw a single bar flickering in and out like it was teasing me. Every time I tried to dial Rick, the screen flashed, call failed. For a while, I just sat there, trying to hear past the ringing in my ears. The first sound was faint, brush crackling in the trees on the passenger side. Not fast, not random, just careful steps one after another, like someone creeping closer in no hurry. My chest felt tight. My fingers dug into the wheel until they ached. The footsteps circled behind the truck. Then, near the tailgate, a clicking started. A slow, measured rhythm, like someone tapping two rocks together underwater. Click, click, click. I swallowed, but my mouth was too dry. I made myself look in the side mirror. At first there was nothing, just the dark shape of the truck bed and a scatter of leaves blowing across the ditch. Then he stepped into view. That same man, or whatever he was, leaning forward so close to the tailgate I could see the way his jaw swung loose from one side of his face, flapping a little every time he moved. He raised one hand in a jerky little wave, like a puppet who'd watched humans do it but never figured out how it worked. I didn't think. I just turned the key again. The engine roared awake, so loud I nearly cried from relief. I slammed it into gear. Gravel shot out under the tires, clattering against the undercarriage. As the headlights swept over the slope above the road, I caught a glimpse of something crouched low among the scrub. Its skin looked gray and thin, stretched tight over a narrow spine that curved up like a ridgepole. Two eyes caught the light, glowing red for a split second. I didn't look again. I drove faster than I ever had on that road. By the time I reached Rick's place, my hands were shaking so bad I could barely grab the keys. I left the truck running, stumbled up the porch steps, and hammered on the door like I was trying to break it down. Rick opened it in his flannel pajama pants, hair sticking up. He didn't say anything, just took one look at me and stepped aside so I could come in. I told him everything. What I'd seen by the ditch, the way the engine died, the clicking sounds behind the truck. He didn't interrupt, just kept watching me like he was trying to measure how much of it I really understood. When I finished, he rubbed a hand over his mouth. His eyes looked darker than I'd ever seen them. "You didn't bring anything back with you?" he asked. I tried to say no. My throat wouldn't work. A week later, we went back with his flatbed to pull that Dodge out of the road. It was right where I'd left it, door still hanging open like it was waiting for somebody to climb back in. Rick leaned inside the cab, poked around the glove compartment. "No keys," he said. His voice was flat. Nothing at all. He circled the truck once, real slow, then came back and picked up the tow chain without looking me in the eye. "Best if you don't ask any more questions," he muttered. That night, I parked the Silverado behind the barn. I couldn't stand the idea of seeing it out front, engine cooling in the dark. I lay in bed with my heart beating hard enough to make the pillow move. Every little creak in the walls sounded like footsteps. Every gust against the siding felt like someone brushing past. Sometime after midnight, I heard tapping on the wall right under my bedroom window. 7 slow knocks. A long pause. 7 more. I pulled the blanket over my head and pressed both hands flat against the mattress so I wouldn't shake. The knocking stopped eventually. In the morning, I walked around the side of the house. There were footprints in the dirt under the window, bare feet, long toes, each one sunk deep, like whoever had stood there weighed more than any man should. Since then, I haven't driven that road again. I'm 28 years old. My cousin Maeve called me in late September and asked if I'd help clear out our grandfather's cabin, the one tucked way back in the Blue Ridge foothills. It wasn't exactly the kind of place you drop by on a whim. Even when I was a kid, the drive up those switchbacks made my stomach tighten, like the mountain was quietly folding in on itself, hoping to trap us up there. Maeve always had more of a soft spot for that cabin. She said we probably owed it to him to at least sort through the old boxes, maybe find some photographs or letters he hadn't gotten around to burning. I agreed, mostly because I couldn't stand the thought of the place caving in under all that ivy and stillness, like it was holding its breath, waiting for someone to remember it existed. We left before sunrise, hoping to beat the worst of the fog. The gravel track looked thinner than I remembered, almost like it had been dissolving year by year into the trees. At some point, it felt like we stopped driving and started just crawling over rocks and roots, the truck rattling every time we hit a dip. By the time we reached the clearing, the sky had gone that pale, washed-out blue that doesn't feel like morning or afternoon, just some in-between hour when you're not sure you belong there. The cabin didn't look much different. Same sagging roofline, same walls turned ashy gray by rain and sun. But standing there again, older, I felt this dull, pressing tightness in my chest I couldn't talk myself out of. It was like the air knew we were intruding. The front door refused to budge past halfway, and Maeve had to lean her shoulder into it. The hinges let go with a pop so loud it made me flinch. The air inside smelled old, like stale paper and something else I didn't want to figure out. I pulled my collar up over my mouth. Dust floated in the weak lantern beam, outlining crooked towers of furniture, as if someone had tried to stack everything out of the way and just given up halfway through. We spent hours hauling crates out and lining them up in uneven rows along the porch. Every time I set something down, I caught myself glancing back at the trees. It was probably just habit. I never liked turning my back on those woods. The place felt too close around us, like the ridgeline was leaning in. I kept thinking about my grandfather, picturing him coming up here alone even when he was too sick to carry anything heavier than a thermos. He never bothered to explain why. He just said he liked the quiet. That was the only reason he ever gave for anything. Sometime late in the afternoon, Maeve decided she needed to drive into town to fill the gas cans before the station closed. I said I'd keep working while she was gone. No point in losing the last bit of daylight. I watched her taillights bounce down the ruts until they disappeared. The clearing felt different without the truck sitting there, quieter somehow, like the air was paying more attention. I tried to get back to work. I stacked a few more boxes and carried some old tools out to the porch. My arms were sore and my shirt stuck to my back in damp patches. That was when I noticed the path behind the yard. I swear it hadn't been there before. It wasn't even hidden. It just appeared. The grass lay perfectly flat, smoothed in a way that didn't look natural, like it had been pressed down over and over until the ground gave in and stayed that way. I walked closer just to see where it led. It was a straight line, too straight, running from the edge of the trees to the bottom step of the porch. No curve, no sign of animal prints or tire tracks. I tried to picture my grandfather walking that line every morning, but it didn't feel right. It felt too deliberate, like someone or something had marked it out with more patience than I could imagine. I told myself maybe deer had worn it in, but even that sounded like a weak excuse. The air tasted different, like static before a storm. I turned back to find a better lamp, anything brighter than the sad little glow I was using. The first one I tried wouldn't even click on. The second flickered like it was about to die out of spite. I carried it to the porch anyway and set it on the rail, hoping it would hold on long enough. Every time I looked up, that path was still there, leading straight to my feet. Nothing moved, but I couldn't shake the sense that something was studying me from the tree line. I tried to keep busy. I stacked another box, wiped my hands on my jeans, and forced myself to focus on the next chore. I'd almost convinced myself I was just tired and jumpy when something moved in the doorway behind me. It was quick, too quick, and I thought for half a second that I'd imagined it. But deep down, I knew exactly what I'd seen. Something had been standing just inside the door, so close it could have reached out and brushed my shoulder. And when I turned, it slipped out of view with this smoothness that didn't belong in a place full of rotten floorboards. I waited. I don't know how long I stood there, holding my breath and listening for anything. A creak, a step, the rustle of fabric. Nothing. Maeve? My voice cracked like I hadn't used it in hours. I tried again, louder. No answer. I edged toward the doorway, lamp shaking in my hand. The shadows looked thicker inside, almost like they were moving on their own, filling every corner. When I stepped over the threshold, the air hit me like a cold cloth across my face. Cooler, but heavy enough that my chest felt tight. My fingers were tingling, like I couldn't get enough air. I set the lamp on the kitchen counter and told myself, out loud, that it was just a trick of the light, that I was tired, that there was nothing here. The words didn't help. Then the porch boards behind me groaned, one after another. The sound was slow, deliberate, like someone was testing how much weight they could put down before the boards snapped. I turned my head just enough to see out the nearest window. That's when I caught it, a pale arm sliding past the glass. It was too long, the elbow bending the wrong way, the hand dragging across the sill in a slow, searching sweep. It paused, as if it knew I was watching. My heart thudded so hard I felt it in my ears. The arm slipped past the edge of the frame and vanished. No footsteps, no sound of retreating, just empty space. I stood there, counting, 10, 20, 30, trying to hear anything over my own breathing. The lamp flickered, casting my shadow huge and crooked across the cabinets. I thought about leaving everything and just bolting down the hill, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. I forced myself toward the back door. My hands shook so bad I could barely hook my finger under the latch. It scraped open with a noise so loud I winced. Outside, the yard looked perfectly ordinary in the last scraps of daylight. The path was still there, but it looked darker now, like the grass had sunk a little further into the earth. I didn't look back again. I walked down the slope, one slow step after another, trying not to imagine anything moving behind me. My foot caught on a root, and I went down hard. My palms burned where the bark tore the skin, but I didn't stop. Halfway to the road, the lamp died with a soft pop. Darkness closed around me so completely I could barely tell if my eyes were open. For one terrible moment, I was sure I could hear something breathing, slow, steady, not my own. I kept walking, one hand on the trunk to guide me. Each step felt like it took hours, like the woods were stretching out to keep me there. When I finally reached the road, a pair of headlights cut through the trees. I ran the last stretch, waving my arms. Maeve slammed on the brakes and leaned out the window, her face white. She opened her mouth to ask what happened, but nothing came out of me. My voice had packed up and left. She climbed out, walked around, and took the lamp out of my hands like she was afraid I'd drop it. We just stood there, not saying a word. I didn't tell her everything. I don't think I could have, even if I'd tried. The next morning, we drove back up. The clearing looked completely undisturbed. No footprints, no flattened trail, no sign anything had ever moved past the porch. But on the window where I'd seen the arm, a single pale smear curved across the glass, the color of old bone. Maeve reached for a rag to wipe it away, but I stopped her. I locked the front door before we left, even though I knew it wouldn't matter. Whatever had been there didn't care about locks. It had been watching long before we set foot on that porch, and it would keep watching long after we were gone. My delivery route used to snake across this tangle of narrow highways in the hills outside Linwood. The place where the trees crowd so close you feel like you're driving through a tunnel that was carved out just wide enough for a truck to scrape by. The roads out there don't have real shoulders, just a sloping edge of gravel and weeds that drop into ditches so steep you can't see the bottom at night. The company always offered hazard pay for the late shifts, since nobody in their right mind wanted them. I took them anyway. I guess I liked how quiet everything got after midnight. Or maybe I liked how it felt like no one could see me. That night, I'd been on the road almost 10 hours straight. My eyes felt raw, like I'd been sandpapering them against the dark. My last delivery had taken me up this old mining road that had probably been patched about 50 times and still managed to feel like one long pothole. By the time I got back to the main highway, the gas gauge had been blinking empty for at least 20 minutes. The needle was so far past the red line, it looked like it was trying to burrow into the dashboard. I knew the closest station, a big truck stop with bright LED lights and stale coffee, was another 20 miles down Route 16, assuming I didn't stall out on one of the climbs. I could have pushed it, probably. I'd done it before. But when I came around this bend near a broken guardrail, I saw that other place. The one that always looked half abandoned, just a squat cinder block building set back from the pavement. Most nights, the sign was dark. That time, it flickered a little. Enough that I couldn't pretend I hadn't seen it. I don't really know what made me pull in. Maybe I was too tired to be smart. Maybe I was thinking it'd be better to coast to a stop under a roof than risk getting stuck on the roadside with no signal. Or maybe I'd been on those roads too many nights alone, and some part of me was almost hoping for any kind of human contact, even if it was from a stranger who'd kept the lights on in a place like that. Either way, I swung the truck around the faded stripe of parking spaces and rolled up to the nearest pump. The gravel under the tires made this crunching sound that echoed too loud in the dark. I cut the engine and sat there a moment, feeling the vibration of the road fade out of my hands. My ears were ringing with the leftover noise. For a while, I didn't move. I just watched the building. No neon signs. No working overhead lights except that single yellow glow in a square behind the counter. It looked like the kind of light a closet bulb would give off. Small, stale, not quite enough to see by. The window glass was so dusty it blurred everything behind it, but after a few seconds I realized there was someone standing there. It was a woman, older, with short gray hair, wearing a faded blue uniform shirt that hung too loose on her shoulders. No logo on the pocket, no name tag. She stood perfectly still, her hands flat on the counter. She didn't look up when I opened my door and stepped down onto the concrete. I almost didn't want to break the silence. It felt like I was intruding on something I wasn't supposed to see. I walked to the door, and when I pushed it open, the bell above it let out this thin metallic ring, like it hadn't been used in years. She still didn't move. Didn't even blink. I cleared my throat and tried to sound normal, though my voice came out hoarse. "Evening," I said. "Do the pumps work?" She lifted her chin a little, not all the way, just enough that I could see her eyes. They were wide, the whites showing all around the irises, like she was watching something happening far away. She didn't look at me. She didn't look at anything near me. Her gaze stayed pinned on something over my shoulder. Then, without shifting her focus, she lifted one hand and pointed across the lot, toward the farther row of pumps that backed up to the trees. I turned to follow her gesture, half expecting to see a sign or another attendant. Nothing. Just cracked pavement, disappearing into a tangle of pine and scrub. I looked back at her. She didn't move. Didn't put her hand down, didn't blink. I thought about getting back in the truck and driving on fumes the rest of the way to the big station, but I felt this strange pressure in my chest, like if I left right then, something would follow me onto the road, something that was waiting for me to turn my back. So I walked the direction she'd pointed. My boots scuffed against the pavement, and for some reason, that tiny noise made me feel exposed, like every step was announcing me to something I couldn't see. A row of pumps sat silent, their digital displays dark. Between them stood this small metal cabinet about waist high. It was bolted to a rusted plate in the concrete. A piece of yellowed paper was taped across the front. Someone had written on it, in thick black marker, "For your own safety, don't look behind you." I huffed out a laugh that didn't sound right. It wasn't real amusement, more like the air leaking out of a balloon. It was the kind of note you'd expect to see in a bad horror movie, or some prank set up by teenagers. But my palms had already started to tingle, and the skin on the back of my neck tightened like it knew better. I told myself it was ridiculous. I turned around anyway, slow, like I was moving through syrup. The lot was empty, the building hadn't changed. The road was still swallowed up in dark. Nothing, absolutely nothing. When I looked back, the cabinet door was hanging open. Inside was a plastic box jammed full of keys. Each one had a little white tag tied to it, all marked with dates in the same thick handwriting. Most of them were months old, some even a year back. Only one was fresh. My gut went heavy when I read it. Tonight's date. I took a step back without meaning to. The rubber soles of my boots made this quiet squeak on the concrete. My mouth had gone dry. I turned to look at the window again, wanting to demand some explanation, but the woman was gone. The yellow square of light shone on empty counter. For a moment, I couldn't make my legs move. Then, behind me, I heard something shift. Not loud, just a scrape, like a shoe sliding across pavement. I turned my head, and that's when I saw the man standing between the pumps I'd passed. He was angled away, arms dangling straight down. Same blue shirt, same dark pants. His hair looked too smooth, like it had been pasted onto a mannequin's head. I opened my mouth to call out, but my voice caught halfway up my throat. He didn't stir, didn't even twitch. I forced one step closer, then another. The air felt colder around him, like he was sucking the warmth out of it. That was when he bent in half, folding forward at the waist, his arms hanging like dead weight. His head twisted toward me in a jerky motion that made something in my chest lock up. His face was blank and pale, almost shiny, with no real features. Just empty holes where eyes should have been, and a mouth that gaped wider than it should. I stumbled back so fast I almost lost my footing on the curb. My hands fumbled for the keys in my pocket. I got them into the ignition and turned. Just a hollow click. That click was louder than everything else. It felt like it was bouncing around inside my skull. I tried again. Click. I looked up, heart punching against my ribs. The man hadn't moved. But over by the building, the woman was stepping into the lot. She walked with the same stiff brawn rhythm, her hands twitching as she raised them in front of her like she was reaching for something invisible. My fingers turned the keys again. Still nothing. They kept coming. No rush, no panic. Just that slow, steady advance. I remembered the cabinet, and maybe that was the only reason I didn't lose it completely. I bolted out of the truck, ran back to the box, my boots slapping the pavement so loud it almost drowned out the scraping of their feet behind me. I tore through the tags, my breath hissing in and out like I'd run a mile uphill. My hands shook so bad I could hardly read the dates. At last, I found the one marked, "Tonight." When I turned, they were closer. The man was unfolding in sharp little jerks, like his spine was reassembling itself piece by piece. The woman lifted one arm again, pointing straight at my chest. I backed up, clutching the key so tight the edge cut into my palm. My legs felt numb, but I made it to the truck. They didn't follow. They just stopped, their heads tilting in perfect unison. Those smooth faces didn't change. Didn't even twitch. I jammed the key into the ignition. This time it turned smooth, like nothing had ever been wrong. The engine caught on the first try, a steady rumble I almost didn't believe was real. As I reversed, my headlights swept over them. Both of them lifted their hands, palms pressed out, like they were feeling along a wall I couldn't see. I didn't stop driving for 50 miles. Not even when my phone finally buzzed back to life with a signal. I kept going until the sky started to turn gray behind me.